you speak, you see?
It,
And you can see the camera points on you.
yeah, is the sound on now?
Yeah. Like this, it's gonna be here.
Ah, it's because
See?
this is different.
So now it points at me.
Yeah.
So the moment you take it, points at you.
Ah, the camera follows the microphone.
Yeah, that's it.
Good. Thank you.
And we're under the web stream now, so you have to remember.
Well, there's web stream always. Oh.
I don't know if someone is watching.
Do we have a lot of people downstairs? Okay.
I'll go to have last check and I'll come off. Okay.
Yeah.
You have nameplates here.
Yeah.
Niels.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. This is Saskia, so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should I try to compensate or delay in the coffee break, or should I try to compensate it throughout the? Because I think especially the external speakers.
In the coffee break, you cannot. No. And I think for instance, I will spend 50 minutes. Yeah. And I will have to use my tin. Do you have like 3 minutes?
Yeah, but I'm sitting there.
And you need to show it to me also.
Yeah.
I'm very poor at time.
Yeah. Are you going to present here? Not there.
No, because this one doesn't work over there.
All right, then I'll sit at 19 if all this. Oh, the panel, the moderator is going to sit there. Okay, then I'll stay where I am.
But I think most presenters will then stay in.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
So we will start. Yes, I know. So I just start? Okay. So, good morning, everyone, in the room and online. My name is Niels Halberg from Aarhus University, and welcome to this outreach event of the project PREPSOIL. First, I'd like to thank you, the Committee of Regions, and the Environmental Committee, and the NAT Committee, Natural Resources Committee, for allowing this, and in particular in person, Mrs. Frida Nilsson, the Deputy Mayor of Lidköping in Sweden, for hosting PREPSOIL in this event. Also welcome to the representative Jelena Vidovic from the Mission Soil Secretariat in DG Agri, and welcome to the panelists in the program. We'll meet you throughout the day. Thank you for taking time to join us here today. And of course, welcome to all the participants in the room and online. The project PREPSOIL in a nutshell, these are just the formalities. We cover geographically a large part of Europe and have even reached wider. It was one of the first projects under the specific calls for the Mission Soil as a CSA, and it started in 2022, coordinated by Aarhus University. And our activities started at a time where the mission was not so visible out there in the agricultural communities or in regions and municipalities. So one of our objectives was to help the Mission Soil and the Soil Mission Secretariat to deploy the mission. So we created tools and spaces for interaction, knowledge sharing, etc., aiming at improving awareness and raise soil literacy. And we also had a lot of stock taking, assessment of soil needs, and so on, which we'll learn about throughout the day. There was no soil monitoring law in sight, not to our knowledge. Of course, there was some work on that behind the scenes. And we've tried now over the last few years to take that into account, and we'll discuss that a bit, that relation, to see if there are any synergies to be had between the Mission Soil Health and the soil monitoring law at the regional district level. Stakeholder engagement has been kind of an umbrella to our project. One of the core activities impacting on the other more specific activities, which I tried to describe in this overall project description, which is actually from the onset. So starting at the left-hand side, we have used this stakeholder engagement also to identify what would be called soil needs across a number of regions, which you'll hear about later in a dedicated presentation, how they were solved, but just to illustrate that using our very different competences, complementary competences across the consortium and additional helpers, we actually made soil needs assessment in many regions, engaging with soil managers. We also did quite some work on living labs. It's been one of the core activities from the beginning, starting with a map of potential living labs or self-claimed living labs that came from previous projects that we have verified and tried to sort out using new criteria for maturity levels, etc. at living labs. And we have actually, this has resulted also in a toolbox, a service package for the coming living labs or the newly funded living labs, including ideas of how to make business models and strategies, etc. And this is another main focus today in one of the panels, as you might have seen. So just a few slides on other exploitable results. Now I've mentioned about the interactive map of living labs and the business models, the tool package. We've also worked with an idea we had of national soil hubs that could kind of give a more unified approach to soil health at national level, and that has been confounded a bit with the idea of national mirror groups coming from the Mission Soil, and we have worked with the Mission Soil board to try to combine these aspects and try to see how we can create synergies there. You'll hear more in the end of the day. Now then, we have tried to reach out to what you would call communities of practice. Stakeholders, land users who already work with soil health, and also acknowledging that not everything started with the Mission Soil. Some farmers and other land users, advisors and scientists have worked with soil health for decades actually, and you shouldn't estrange them from the Mission Soil. You need to acknowledge what they have done, and we try to reach out to a lot of communities in practice, and also by videos showing what they are doing and their approach for others to learn. And we have a knowledge hub to describe that. We've also developed a mobile app to try to engage in citizen science. We have quite a, let's say, well, let me first talk about the knowledge hub, which is kind of should be a one-stop shop for any kind of knowledge, from the source literature to videos, to teaching material in any European language, and we recommend and try to reach out through all different channels to get people to load metadata into our knowledge hub on material that could be of use for others. I think I'll go to the thing I mentioned about citizen science and a mobile app for that, because we believe that in the setup of the Mission Soil and the many living labs funded, that could be useful having a tool to engage a number of stakeholders in more informal data recording, and we've made quite a review of citizen science potential. We've also worked on identifying different indicators, or working with how existing indicators can be monitored through Earth observation and other things. So let me say that I hope this very quick overview have given you an impression of why we wanted to do this outreach event, our final event, with the Committee of Regions, because we really see that for this Mission Soil to have impact, it needs to be out there. It cannot be in the offices of research institutions or in Brussels. It needs to be with the land users, with their advisors, with teachers, and so on. And we think the Committee of Regions could be a good venue to spread the news and reinforce that engagement. And then, as I said, there needs also to be some thinking about potential synergies between, hopefully, a soil monitoring law and what that is going to accomplish in the concept of soil districts, linking that up to the regional approach and the living lab approach, and I hope we can discuss that. So all of that have been put into a number of sessions, as you have here the agenda, where we will start with this aspect of the soil monitoring law, then the soil health living labs, and then the communities of practices and the teaching. I didn't mention too much, but it will be there in session 3. We have reviewed a lot of teaching material and even given premiers for some. And then the capacity building and the training that we are currently also rolling out in soil monitoring. And, so finally, again, thanks to you, Frida, for hosting us today. Now you'll have the floor for your introduction. After that, Jelena Vidovic from the Mission Soil Secretariat will follow. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here with you today, with scientists, farmers, regional leaders, and citizens who really truly care about our soil and our future. And being here at the European Committee of Regions feels just right, because this is where the local voices meet European discussions. And when it comes to soil, we need strong local voices. Today we stand at a pivotal moment. Beneath our feet lies the foundation of our food, our water, our climate resilience, and yes, our future. Soil is, as someone once said, living poetry. A single gram can contain more than 1 billion microbe cells, and it's the richest habitat on Earth. And yet, 70% of Europe's soils are in poor health. This can't continue. We now have a shared EU goal as soil healthy by 2050. It's ambition, but it is essential. Without healthy soil, we have no food, no clean water, and no thriving nature. But to reach these goals, we need more than law from Brussels. We need action on farms, in foresting, in cities and rural communities. As a reporter of the Committee of Regions on the new soil monitoring law, and as a farmer myself, I have the privilege to listen to voices from across Europe. Local councillors trying to stop pollution. Regions eager to use better farming methods. Communities that want to act but lack support. I worked hard to ensure that this soil monitoring law isn't one-size-fits-all directive, but a genuine multi-governance tool, one that listens to local knowledge and adapts to local soils. In our opinion at the COR, we highlight 4 key messages. First, soil decisions must be reflected local realities. From Ireland, pet bugs, to Spain, clay plants, and Sweden, farmland. Every region is different. That's why we call for soil districts in member states, zones where data, monitoring, and restoration are locally tolerated. Second, many local authorities need help, especially smaller ones. They need people, tools, and resources. That's why we promote stronger EU support, from data collection to training and funding. Third, we need better soil data, but also more useful soil data. Monitoring should be practical and lead to real change. We suggest a simple 4-trade classification: healthy, modern, poor, bad, to help regions act fast and target interventions. Fourth, monitoring alone isn't enough. We must connect data to action. That's why we promote a mid-term renew in the 2035 to make sure our progress is on track and to recalibrate of need. Let you give me one example from home. In Sweden, we launched a Soul Health Living Lab through RISE. Farmers, researchers, and tech communities are working together, testing real-time soil sensor. The result? Big improvement in soil compaction, precise interventions, and empowered farmer. This is exactly what we need across Europe: partnership, expectations, and trust. And the PREPSOIL is doing just that. You're building living lab, you brought citizens into process, you've made soil science assemble, you're showing that progress, what progress looks like, not in theory, but in practice. But the soil monitoring law is only one piece of a large puzzle. Under the nature restoration law, we call on member states to restore 20% of land and sea by 2030. Impossible without healthy soil. Under our water excellence agenda, we highlight the soil-water connection. Healthy soil, store water, prevent floods, and nurture crops during drought. And through our nature-based solutions platform, we envision soil districts as hubs for innovation, for agroforestry and wetland restoration. Let me be clear. Europe's soil strategy cannot succeed top-down. It must grow from the ground up. Local and regional authorities bring three things: contextual expertise, they know the land; empowerment and power through service and network; democratic, legislatively, local supporter means long-term success. That's why the regions and the municipality must be the heart of the soil policy. Co-creators, not just implementers. Let us not forget the power of the people. School garden, composting, citizen science, these grassroots effort building a culture of stewardship. They remind us that soil is not just a resource, it is shared legacy. And when citizens feel ownership, real change happens. Soil takes 2,000 years to form just 10 centimeters. But we can destroy it in a decade. This thin layer beneath our feet holds the key to our food, to our water, our biodiversity, and our climate. We must act, not isolation, but together. The Committee of Regions stand ready to guide every region, every soil district in restoring the soil that sustains us. Let's give the soil the attention it deserves. Let's give local leaders the tools they need. Let's turn this vision into results, one region at a time. So I would like to thank you for your passion, thank you for your commitment, and thank you for doing this together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Frida. That was very encouraging. And so now we give the floor to you, Elena.
Yes, yeah. So now you can hear me well. Good morning, and it's my pleasure actually to greet you on behalf of the Mission Soil Secretariat. I'm really happy to be here today, and I think this event represents a major milestone in our common journey to protect and restore soils, or how Frida said, living poetry. I think I will use that expression more often. So as you know, Mission has an ambition to lead the transition towards healthy soils in Europe, and the PREPSOIL project played a crucial role in laying the groundwork for this ambition, as you saw a bit from Neil's presentation just now. And today you have a challenging program ahead of you, quite ambitious, looking at future, looking at the proposal for the soil monitoring law, looking already at its transposition. But I would say that we should use also this moment to acknowledge the achievements of the PREPSOIL project, as Neil showed in his presentation just this morning. And to that end, I would like also to share with you some key achievements from the Mission Soil until now. By now, you're all well acquainted with the Mission Soil, with its main objectives, mission-specific objectives, how it's implemented through mission building blocks. So I will not go into details of that. I would just like to remind you of a broader policy framework, starting with the EU soil strategy that sets a framework and concrete steps to achieve for protection, restoration, and sustainable management of soils. And its main element is soil monitoring law. Mission is contributing to its design, and it will contribute, it's committed to contributing to its implementation. Mission is also supporting nature restoration law. It is explicitly mentioned in supporting the implementation of nature restoration targets. And we have a common agriculture policy that becomes a key driver of sustainable soil management, with the soil protection being embedded in its mandatory and voluntary schemes. CAP is investing more than 40 billion euro in improving soil quality. And the Mission Soil is mentioned in most of national CAP strategic plans, which are main tools for implementation of CAP on a national level. And also we have strong links with more than 1,000 operational groups that are working on soil health. And I would like to mention also vision for agriculture and food, new vision for agriculture and food that builds on a strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture that took place last year. And the vision aims to ensure competitive and sustainable farming and food system in Europe. And it actually confirms soil health as a basis, as a foundation for farming and for food security. Now, as for the implementation, the mission represents an unprecedented investment in soil research. Only in the first 4 years it has been invested through Mission Soil more than an entire Horizon 2020 program. And to this we can add more than 100 soil-relevant projects for other parts of Horizon Europe and from other programs. And to this we can also add now 135 million euro from Work Program 2025. We have in place first 5 living lab projects, or first 25 living labs. You can see that was from the Work Program 2023. You can see that they are predominantly based in Southern Europe, and they are mainly focusing on agriculture. So with the following work programs, we are trying to complement this network in terms of geographical coverage and in terms of land use. We discussed just before the meeting the relevance of Living Lab for the soil monitoring law, for its implementation on local and regional level. And indeed, Living Labs will and should play an important role in supporting soil monitoring law at a local level by developing solutions that, of course, adapted to local conditions, and then to facilitating the uptake and scaling up of these solutions at a regional level. We have around 50 projects funded in the first 3 years of the mission, which are gradually covering all specific objectives and are closing identified knowledge gaps. We have 30 new projects that are now in grant agreement preparation. There are also 3 project clusters in place working on data knowledge management, on indicators and monitoring, on communication and stakeholder engagement. And we are preparing 2 new clusters on business models and soil pollution. And actually for the soil pollution, we'll have a launch event now towards the end of June. As you may know, we have just published Work Program 2025, and we are working intensively on Work Program 26, 27. As you know, the mission is strongly committed to supporting soil monitoring framework in the EU. And the EU Soil Observatory is the main knowledge and data hub, has soil health monitoring as its key element. And this is being done through soil degradation dashboard. And this dashboard provides information about 19 indicators, about thresholds for these indicators. Now we have the latest elements of the dashboard that are correlation metrics, showing the correlation between different indicators, the strength and direction of correlation, and country profiles comparing degradation in member states. And when it comes to a national level, Niels also mentioned in his presentation this morning mirror groups. So we have established or being planned more than 20 mirror groups in more than 20 member states. Just to give an example, that Spain is funding soil sampling in 16,000 farms to monitor carbon sequestration, and this is done in collaboration with one of the mission projects. Italy is funding soil regeneration, establishing soil regeneration fund with 160 million to support regions in 5 years. And France and other member states are organizing different simultaneous events on a World Soil Day to increase soil literacy. And as for the regional level, I don't know if there are any representatives of Humus Project here. Maybe not in the room. Great, you can share then more information with us afterwards. So in the context of the Humus Project, 34 regions and municipalities have signed territorial management agreements. And the objective is to foster dialogue between relevant stakeholders and also to draft regional action plans to integrate soil health into policies. And finally, we have Missions Ambassadors program with the 48 individuals promoting mission in all member states and associated countries. A few words just about communication. We have reached over 3 million people through social media. There are more than 4,000 subscribers to the Mission Soil newsletter. We are producing podcasts, videos. Of course, there are a number of events as a part of regular activities of the project. We have a Mission Soil dashboard. I will not go into details now. I see that Niels is looking at the watch. And there is a big event, Soilscape Festival in France and Portugal next year, with including artistic and cultural activities that aim to increase awareness of soil health. And now looking a bit at the future, we have just published, as I said, a Work Program 2025 in a number of topics. Starting with the Living Lab, the call that you may know, top-down call, this one on soil remediation, green redevelopment of brownfields. We have calls on land degradation. What is interesting for you today is call on transfer functions for the soil monitoring law. EU global footprint on soils. There is a call on citizen engagement on strengthening national soil health hubs, network on carbon farming, and so on. We also have two-stage calls on, for the one that you may know as a bottom-up call for living labs that is focused on underrepresented biogeographical regions, and another call on broadening living labs approach in Africa and Latin America. The calls are already open. Closing dates are in September and in February for the second stage. You have a link to the funding and tenders portal, so I invite you to take a look. And last but not the least is please save the date for the European Mission Soil Week, and I invite you to join us in Denmark. The event is being co-organized with the Danish presidency of the Council, so it will take place at the beginning of November. And for further details and for registration, please take a look at the link at the Mission Soil platform. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful meeting and discussions today.
Thank you very much. So now we're moving on to session 1, and I'd like to invite the moderator and the speaker and the panelists here on the podium, please.
Well, thank you very much to Niels, Halbert, Frida Nilsson, and Jenna Bidopic for landing us and for putting in context what is the PREPSOIL project, the mission soil, and the soil monitoring lab with specific regional thoughts. Now it's time to move to the session one. My name is Pablo Gomez. I'm a PREPSOIL partner on behalf of my institution in IASSIC, and it's my pleasure to be the moderator for this panel today. This session will allow us to go deep on the territorial level and the transposition of the soil monitoring law there to discuss the challenges and opportunities, especially for the public authorities. We'll have an introductory presentation followed by the interactive discussion, and I don't want to take you too much time. You are not here for listening to the moderator, so I would like to invite our icebreaking speaker, Saskia Kestra. She's a senior researcher from Wageningen Environmental Research. She has 25 years of experience in research on sustainable land and water management, with a strong focus in soil over the last years. And she's also the PREPSOIL partner leading the work package dedicated to soil need assessment. So please, Saskia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pablo. So first of all, thanks for inviting me. How to do that? Like that. Okay, here I am. Okay, thank you all for being here and being in the final event of PREPSOIL. I was asked to tell you a little bit about what we've done in the work package on the regional soil needs that I was leading, and Pablo, among others, was also part of this. So, what we did is first of all, we did a soil needs assessment across Europe in 20 different regions, and I will explain a bit about how we came about these specific regions that we did the assessment and what the assessment entailed. And then on the basis of that, plus a set of other sources of information, we have made a strategic, regionally focused research and innovation agenda for the soil needs across Europe that is specifically needed to implement the living labs and upscaling the living lab approach across Europe. So this agenda is supposed to highlight key soil knowledge needs for different types of stakeholders, different land uses, and for different regions across Europe. So it highlights the different scales that are important for living labs and lighthouses to become a success, and highlights why living labs and lighthouses are key elements of systems innovation, and how then they can also serve to breach barriers and take opportunities in different land uses and regions across Europe. So the building blocks of our strategic research and innovation agenda, a regionally based strategic research innovation agenda, was this first of all our own soil needs assessment that we did in these 20 regions across Europe. Then also the work that we've done in PREPSOIL on living labs and lighthouses, which was furthered also by the projects Nessuns and Soil Startup project. Then the information that came out of the European Joint Programme on Soil, where we also made more general, on the one hand, more general roadmap or strategic research agenda on the knowledge needs related to soils, and then they were targeted mainly to agriculture, and also based on other roadmaps that are being made in European and global projects. So the soil needs assessment itself, well, we thought about, okay, how are we going to get the most representative regions across Europe to actually give us the information that we would need. So we first thought about what kind of land uses do we have, what kind of types of land uses do we have, for instance, within agriculture, within forestry, within natural areas, within urban and industrial areas, and also we had an additional category that we've called mixed, so that those are regions where you would have two different, for instance, agriculture and forest together, or urban agricultural interface. So on the basis of that, you can see in this triangle, you can see these different types of land uses that we selected, that we thought would be important to have. And then we finally ended up with these locations, because apart from the land uses, obviously, we also wanted to represent the different regions across Europe. So we split it up into 4 regions: north, east, south, and west. And then you see the agricultural regions are the ones that are yellow, the forestry ones are green, and the red ones are urban or industrial. And then we also have these mixed ones that have like 2 colors. So then we went to each one of those regions and did a workshop and interacted with stakeholders also through questionnaires and interviews. And then we did this, we used the DIPSIR framework, with its drivers, pressures, states, impacts, and responses, which is a known methodology to assess a system. And in the framework of soil health, you could say that drivers are there to improve soil health management. Pressures are precautionary soil management. States make up the actual state of the healthy soils. Impacts that are beneficial to ecosystems and humans, and the responses are the actual things that you would do to improve the situation, to protect soils and to limit the ecosystem services decline. So then this analysis served us with these drivers for soil management, which are different for the different soil land uses, and different from when you look at different elements of your systems. So you have the environment, the policy economy of drivers, the sociocultural drivers, and the technological drivers. I won't go into detail because I don't have time for that. But finally, we came up with 4 main results of these soil needs assessments. If you want to know more about it, we have a very nice deliverable that you could read. But basically, it's about understanding soil needs that we would require then to understand better the human environment systems interactions. We would need to look at the causes and not only at the symptoms when we would like to improve soils. We would need to consider regional configuration, because otherwise one size fits all does not work when it comes to soil needs. And the activities of living labs can actually help to take up the soil needs. We think that it is useful if they would pick up our soil needs assessment approach, so that they can use that especially at the start of setting up such a living lab, to know what it actually is that they're working for. Then for our regionally focused strategic research and innovation agenda, we use this adapted version of the knowledge framework of the EGP soil that looks very similar, but this one is really focused on what it means, what the soil needs that we need mean for in the framework of getting these living labs and lighthouses to become the new normal. And then so we first of all have the document that we made, that is readily available for you to read, and it's on the website of PREPSOIL. We first looked at the level of general overarching knowledge needs when it comes to soil needs across Europe. So we have the process research, which is more about understanding how socioeconomic and environmental issues interact, for instance, or to improve our research base that we need to take the next steps. We looked at the context of dependent and practice-oriented co-creation for innovations, and so forth. We have the second compartment of this knowledge framework is about co-creation and innovation, which is about capacity building, science brokering, and awareness raising. So, as an example, we would like to have more tools to transfer knowledge, for instance, through decision support tools for different types of stakeholders, lifelong learning, also for farmers, but also for society at large, and maintaining and expanding the science policy interface at all levels, so from European to local level. Where I'm not going to here. Then the third one is monitoring verification. We also just heard about that by the previous speakers. It's really about getting the right agreed indicators for the soil emission objectives, to have cost-effective monitoring, to have experimental sites where we can test this, and then to have harmonized maps and good data management. And the last one is about up and out scaling. For the requirements to be able to do that would be good governance, cultural acceptance, and science-based policies. So tailor-made innovations to these local conditions. Assess the barriers that we have, support application across regions, and secure and make funding available to do all this. Okay, so then the next thing that we did in this document is to go towards the knowledge needs that are for specific land uses. So the first one here, and there were many, so I just need to pick and choose a bit from the document. If you want to know more, again, you can have a read in the deliverable that we made. And we're also currently working on transforming this into a research paper that will come out, and other exploitation options are being researched by the group. So for example, for agriculture is that we have a lot of soil improving management solutions already readily available for us, for anyone to use, but the uptake is still difficult because the barriers are high. So the advice would be to include this landscape and ecosystem view, to look at trade-offs that policies may have. So how does the cap actually, for instance, this what was mentioned before, also the new vision on agriculture and food, how does that build a bridge between the objectives of the soil mission and what we have written in the CAP? So how can that help to mitigate this trade-off in policies, for instance? So climate adaptive crops, and also we think it would be really useful to get all this information to the farmers through, for instance, a network of farmers where they can have dialogues between scientists, between peers, and between other stakeholders within the value chain. Because it's all a systemic system which is interconnected, and the barriers and opportunities that we have also are interconnected. So then we have also looked at how for each land use, how does that relate to the different regions across Europe, and then we asked also within our soil needs assessment on different things that are needed towards soil health. So in the north, they asked for new crops because of the new climatic situation that would need new innovations in their space. In the east, improving water retention at field and landscape scale. In the west, more nature-inclusive circular farming and new business models for that. And in the south, more drought-resistant crops and protection practices to become the new normal. So then we did the same. I don't have time, so I'm going to skip through the information from urban and mixed and forestry because I only have 3 minutes. Then we also came up with this diagram, which is a little bit difficult maybe, but I will try to just make sense of it for you. So it is important to see the living labs and the lighthouses as tools to come towards this more sustainable innovation and sustainable situation that we would need, and different elements, different scales are important to consider. So you have, first of all, you have the time. So you have short-term planning versus long-term planning. You have the different scales. So where is your focus? What is the purpose of the activities that you do? What is the purpose of your living lab or your lighthouse or your management strategy that you're doing within the framework of these living labs and lighthouses? So, and then finally you have the institutional scale. So what are the different institutions that need to be interacting with these activities? So how do we support the transition, basically? That's finally, of course, the question that we have. How do we support financially the soil transition? And what kind of policy alignment and stability for scalable impact do we need? The living labs and lighthouses play a different role in this whole transition field. So you could say that the lighthouses, they are a little bit more short term because they have a different purpose. They are a little bit smaller scale as well on the spatial scale, and they also they do not need to go all the way through the institutions as is indicated on this diagram. So we still need to work on explaining this diagram better in the paper that we're preparing, so please stay tuned to hear more about this. And I also welcome your views during the coffee break or lunch to discuss this. So to summarize, in agriculture we know about soil improving management solutions that are available, but the barriers are really high. So key is to find economic viable nature-inclusive farming practices that are culturally accepted. In natural and forest areas, water management plays an important role in most areas, but it is very climate and soil specific. In urban and industrial areas, we need to look at the transition to be supported by incentives and to be supported by governance. And in mixed land uses, we see that innovations to manage urban sprawl and business models for the rural depopulation are very important. But we need to take into account, to be able to accomplish this, that policy alignment stability for scalable impact is available, that we bridge the knowledge and policy gap, so that available knowledge is transferred to the people that need it, and that also the questions that exist by other policymakers or by other stakeholders would be brought back to the scientific community. And finally, we need sufficient financial support for the soil transition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Saskia, for these regional outcomes and strategic needs from the PREPSOIL project. It is clear that the soil needs assessment has a critical role here in this future adventure with the soil monitoring law. And now I would like to welcome and introduce the rest of our panel. So I will start from my right side. We have Babo Peters. He's coming from the European Commission. He's a policy officer at the DG Environment. And he has been working for the last 8 years in DG Environment Soil team, dealing with the implementation of the EU soil strategy and the adaptation and implementation of the soil monitoring law. So it's a pleasure to have you here and to bring to this panel the European Commission view. And I'm sure you know by heart the challenges of the soil monitoring law. So thank you. Then I would like to welcome and introduce Pier Paolo Piras. He's coming from the Committee of the Regions. He's officer at the Secretariat of the Natural Resources Commission. He recently joined this position. He's an agronomist and rural development expert with 20 years of experience in cooperation for development in areas related to food security, agriculture, and natural resources protection. Thank you very much, Pier Paolo, to have this multi-regional approach you are taking to the panel, and also your perspective and experience from your previous non-EU life. No? Thank you. Then I would like to welcome Lydie Sombre. She's representing Brussels Environment, the Environment and Energy Public Administration for the Brussels Capital Region. She's a soil expert and has been involved in the soil strategy of the Brussels Capital Region. And during the recent Belgian presidency of the European Council, she has been also intervening as advisor for the consultative process for the drafting of the soil monitoring law. It's quite interesting to have this approach from the regional capital city perspective today, and I'm sure it will be quite fruitful for discussions. And the last but not the least, I would like to introduce Oscar Balodis. He's an advisor for agriculture. And if I'm not wrong, he's wearing different caps today. No? He's representing the NGO Farmers Parliament, LATRAPS, and it's also a Copa Cogeca member. He has experience supporting farmers in crop rotation, improvement, and switch to non-till soil cultivation in different initiatives, and with active participation to try to solve regional problems with the producers from an economic aspect. It is wonderful to have today such a good mix to bring us not only the farmer views, but also the national perspective, in this case from Latvia. And well, welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Well, as we have seen in the previous presentation, the forthcoming soil monitoring law, it's represented a significant step for us beyond a healthy soil in European Union for 2050. No? And it introduced a comprehensive framework for soil health assessment, sustainable management, and restoration. No? Its success will base, among other issues, on coordinated actions between soil districts, but also active involvements of local and regional authorities and sustained support mechanisms. We have listened from the Saskia presentation. Well, we have just about the critical role of the regional soil assessment and strategic research, in this case, in shaping the land use and soil policy. And now we'll explore how the upcoming soil monitoring law is setting somehow new expectations for soil management and the implication this has for coordinated actions across soil districts, research institutions, and policy actors and other stakeholders. So now this is your time for giving your thoughts. I would like to start breaking the ice with launching one common question to the panel. So this is not a specific question for anyone, but feel free to catch it. And if you want also to share a brief initial reflection for opening the discussion, feel free to do it. So my first question or point for discussion will be, taking into account the previous introductory presentation, what aspect of the soil monitoring law do you find most relevant or pressing in light of the regional soil needs and research challenges just presented a few minutes before? I don't know if there's anyone brave enough of you for a start.
Hello. Yes, I can potentially try to give a tiny reflection on that. So I am from Brussels, which is both a region and a city, and we have a very limited space since we cannot expand beyond that. So we have to live with what we have, and we have to deal with the soil where it is. We cannot take soil from elsewhere. And as such, I think it's very important. There's two aspects that are very important for the soil monitoring law, I think. It's the the capacity building. We need more knowledge on how to deal with the soils. For example, in my case, as a representative of the Brussels region, we need more knowledge on urban soils and how to deal with them, because they are not very much studied. And there is a big need for awareness raising as well for the acceptability of a new additional layer on this, because there is already a lot of legislation existing. So we need a lot of awareness raising to show that it's so important to have this legislation to help the rest.
Yeah, thank you. Just to throw some initial ideas on this. I've been very, let's say, interested to see the presentation, and I think that one element that was quite, let's say, significant to me was the scale of the assessment that was proposed, the scale of the maps that we have seen. Clearly, in terms of soil management, the issue of scale is a key one, in the sense that we need to have elements that are granular enough to be effective and to understand what is the situation, but at the same time, we have an issue of being too specific and losing a bit the capacity to intervene in the territories. So we have to, at the same time, work on legislation that are as broad as possible and that can cover different context and reality, and at the same time dealing with a lot of local specificities. I think that this interaction between general overview and capacity of being, let's say, cover a very wide range of different areas and the capacity of being very specific on what is the need of specific areas, this is the key of the success. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I think first and foremost, the new soil monitoring law will really improve the availability of data on soil health. Member states would also use that data and make assessments on soil health, so they would need to detail and identify the areas where there are problems, usually at local or regional scale, I would say. And then they would also provide information on possible solutions on what to do about these problems and deliver that information to soil stakeholders, farmers, foresters, so on and so forth, for more. A lot of the boxes of the needs that Saskia presented are also ticked, I think, by the soil monitoring law. Member states will have to promote research on sustainable soil management, soil health. They will also need to provide training, independent advice. They will need to raise awareness on the importance of soil health. They will need to provide capacity building. They will also need to assess in their country the technical and financial needs. They will have to map the funding that is available to improve soil health and soil resilience. And they will also need to make the link between different policies, also at the EU level, for example, with the Common Agricultural Policy, the Nature Restoration Law, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pablo. Over to you, Oscar, please.
Good morning. Yes, at first, now I know that I'm in the north region of the soil because I'm from Baltics, from Latvia. Knowledge transfer, I think it's more important about soil because we know that like our soils are very different in our farms and even in our fields, but the knowledge, the basic knowledge of soil, what's happening under our feet are very different among farmers, and we are lack of local researches about how to improve soil health, and in our region we got very bad soils when the Soviet Union collapsed 30 years ago, and the farmers started to farm. They don't have any agriculture education. They know quite a lot about pesticides, new ingredients, weeds, pests, but very less about the soil, what's happening, why the pH is important, actually. For example, still the liming as a basic improvement of soils are still a big problem in our region. So the knowledge transfer, local research is, it's I think the main key factors. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Yeah, indeed, three of you talk about knowledge transfer and capacity building. And let me tell you that the PREPSOIL project have been doing a big effort to try to support this capacity building, especially on soil monitoring. We'll have the opportunity to listen a little bit on this this afternoon. Thank you very much for being so proactive in this first round. And now I would like to go I was muted. Yeah, we're going to the second round where I would like to, taking advantage of your different profiles to launch specific questions. And I would like to come back to the European Commission side. And I have a concern here about the implementation facilitation. No? So the question will be, how does the European Commission plan to facilitate knowledge transfer and technical assistance to member states? Especially in these cases that are facing resource or capacity challenges in implementing the directive, because the directive is there, but we are sure that probably the implementation it will be not homogeneous and it will be complicated depending on the different administrations. So I guess it's not an easy question, but just you can give us a quick thoughts on that.
Yes, this is indeed an important need experienced by member states. So in the original proposal, there was not that much attention for support or knowledge transfer to member states. But in the discussions, the Council made clear that this was very important for them, that the member states would really need to have sufficient support from the European Commission. And that's why the Council proposed a specific article in the new law on this. So there is an article on what support the Commission would need to provide to Member States. And there's a whole list of topics where advice or support is needed. For example, on listing potentially contaminating risk activities, how member states should set up their monitoring grid, how they should set sustainable target or operational trigger values, and so on and so forth. So a whole list, all with quite challenging deadlines also, because of course these support documents would need to be ready to be used by member states during the transposition of the directive. And for transposition, member states have 3 years after entry into force. So the support documents or guidelines would have to be ready well before that 3 years. So that's also challenging for us because it's a lot of work expected from the Commission. The Commission would also need to organize exchanges between member states, and we would need to organize the first meeting between member states in the first 3 months after the entry into force. So we're already also planning for that. There would also need to be cooperation between member states and also between soil districts that might experience similar transboundary or cross-border problems. So to bring them in contact with each other and to make sure that they can learn from each other's problems and maybe also strive for common solutions. For the rest, also classical, the Commission would need to set up a committee of member states to assist the Commission with the implementation of the legislation. That's mainly the formal side, so mainly helping with implementing and delegated acts. And there would also need to be an expert group, maybe less formal than the committee, with soil stakeholders, soil experts. We currently already have an expert group in which some of the people here are also represented. So that's a bit the overview of the support that would be provided by the Commission.
Thank you very much, Babo. Just any quick reaction to this reply? Otherwise, we'll jump. Right. We'll have time for the audience later on, so if you have any question now, please skip it, and I will give you the floor as soon as possible. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, but of course the previous speakers are welcome to join if they want to comment anything. Frida and Giovanna, feel free to jump in. Well, I asked first from the European Commission side, but I would like now to jump to the others. I mean, the stakeholders who are responsible from the implementation. And in this context, I would like to ask maybe to Lydie, because you are on the local level, no? Yeah, talking about stakeholders supporting implementation, what type of stakeholder engagement are envisioned to support the implementation of the soil monitoring law? In your case, it will be at the metropolitan scale. But this is an interesting question because sometimes it's not clear who is the target, who is implementing the soil monitoring law. There are different players there, and maybe you could clarify this, at least for your scenario. Thank you.
I can at least talk for Brussels, and of course, everything I'm going to say here is not fully decided. It's only ideas that we have, because the soil monitoring law is of course not there yet, but we are already preparing. The soil monitoring law is quite clear that there needs to be one competent authority that needs to make sure that everything is done correctly, but it's not necessarily the competent authority that goes on the field or implements, of course, the sustainable soil practices, soil management practices. And as such, if we want to implement properly, as we will be probably at least one of the competent authority for our region, we anticipate that we might transpose it per region in Belgium. So Brussels would be its own region and have probably one competent authority. But we envision that we would need implication of all the stakeholders, because soils are, of course, at the base of everything. We work on it, we depend on it. So we would need implication from everyone. So from the people who are land planning, they will need to, of course, integrate everything relating to land take in their procedures to try to reduce or to at least mitigate the impact, as we said, of the land take on the soil ecosystem services that the soil provides. So reduce this during every planning that we might do and construction in the city. There is, of course, all the associations, all the citizens for all the awareness raising, because we have a lot. It's quite a green city. We have a lot of gardens, of private gardens. We have a lot of vegetable gardens as well. And indeed, as it was said in your presentation, incentives are important, and we will need those practices to be implemented and put in effect on all those soils, but we cannot go through everyone and give them a fee or making them pay money if they, as a sanction if they don't do it. It's better to try to incentivize. And we will also need to have, of course, the laboratories, the soil experts who go on the field. We will need to make sure that people understand why we need soil experts to go on their gardens or on their private properties to go sample the soil. So there is a lot of work in both awareness raising, exchanges, and implicating everyone to make sure that this can actually work out. And of course, we have also some agriculture, we have forests. So everyone will need to participate in this soil monitoring law if we want it to work out. I don't know if this answered your question. Okay.
Thank you very much, Lydie. All the same, if there's any quick reaction, otherwise I will jump to other kind of stakeholders. I would like to keep talking about implementation, and if you want, maybe at the very end we will try to talk about opportunities. No, and in this case, if we are talking about the stakeholders, what about the farmers? No, because well, the farmers are in the front line of the soil management, and also suffering somehow the impact of the provisions given by the soil monitoring law. So in this case, I would like to approach Oscar, no? To talk about the farmers' acceptance in this case. No? So how do the farmers, well, in your region, at least from your regional experience, what's the perception there for the soil monitoring law, and what are their main concerns and expectations regarding the sustainable soil practices that are included there?
Sorry. At first, we have to be honest that main part of farmers don't know actually anything about soil law is coming. That's the first. At the moment, we are discussing at home among the experts and advisors how to define good soil or healthy soil. If I ask to experts in my country, they actually can't tell specifically what does it mean, healthy soil. So we have to be very sensitive if we are talking with farmers about how to improve our soils, because farmers spend huge money to buy this field. He's owner of the soil, the material. So who is telling that his soil is healthy or good or not? So we are lack of knowledge, as I said before. What are the main characteristics of the soil, which defines is it good or not? I think we are lack of tools how to measure it in simple values. We make once in 5 years, it's obligatory in Latvia to make soil analysis. We know the organic matter content, pH, but what's living part of the soil, we don't have any clue. So, and also we make farmers are using more and more different practices that improve soil, like less disturbing soil, more direct drilling and minimal tillages and so on, and catch crops. And but still our crop rotation is quite tight. We are growing cereals, oilseed rape, and some legumes in crop farms, crop farms mainly. So we are still looking. Farmers understand that it's such tight crop rotation is not good for the soil and income and so on. We are still looking for new crops, but without any luck so far. About concerns, new law brings sometimes more papers, more inspections. That's always farmers are afraid of, be honest. And also to support farmers, to support practices from EU. Money sometimes, if farmers which in case they are doing this practices which are good for soil. But mainly farmers are in everyday life, they don't think about the soil. They are thinking about more how to get the highest yields, and only some farmers are focusing, like thinking my farming through this soil perspective of everything. So they are like pioneers. They are just some, but still they are learning more from YouTube, from other influencers, not from local research data and so on. Just to support them, to spread the knowledge. Yeah. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, thank you very much, Oscar. Yeah, well, I think it is clear the final result is the same. Hopefully, it is the same for the farmers and for the public administration, but probably the challenge is to find a common point there between the practical implementation and the land management and the public administration and the European Commission provisions with this law. And in this case, I guess probably the farmers individually has not voice to bring their message to the highest level, but probably the regional representatives, yes. And I would like to address now Pier Paolo, since you are representing the Committee of the Regions, about this point, and it's somehow the regional protagonists of how the regional entities, or the multi-regional, in your case, entities, have the capability to maybe to translate that messages to the highest level of the administration. And yeah, how does in your case, how does the Committee of the Regions view its role in ensuring that local and regional governments have a voice in this game, in shaping the implementation frameworks for the soil monitoring law?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe this is also the question why we are here today, so it's very relevant. Just let me make a small disclaimer. I'm coming from the NAT Secretariat, which is now in the commission that will be in charge of soil-related policies from the Committee of the Region. Before the subject was dealt by another commission, that is the Environmental Commission. That's why Madam Nielsen comes from the ENVI Commission, and but she's not yet part of the NAT Commission. That is just internal cuisine, but maybe is a way to clarify a bit the perspective from our institution of what is going on in terms of soil. Then, to come back to your question, I think that the Committee of the Region has different, let's say, level of responsibility. The first one, the most obvious one, is the institutional one, let's say, multi-institutional one. The committee has been pivotal in creating the conditions for a multi-level and multi-layer governance system within the law, and also to promote the idea that districts should be localized, should be somehow linked to territorial authorities, and then of course it is also the tool that the local authorities can use to promote and to facilitate the mobilization of resources to serve the purpose of the law. Then there is a second level of responsibility which is a bit more linked to knowledge. We have been discussing about the lack of knowledge at different levels. That is one of the limiting factors for the law to be implemented. And the Committee of the Region is key to create the network of create networking within the local authorities for them to be able, from one side, to call for bottom-up approach, but also to exchange and to be fully aware of what is going on and what are the administrative responsibilities of local authorities. And then there is also, let's say, I would say a third part, which is the concept of awareness, because of course this law builds upon the understanding of the importance of soils as a natural resource, as a limited natural resources, and this awareness is developed at local level, but also in the general public. I know that you are working very much on building knowledge. The mission is working specifically on building knowledge, but also building awareness among general public in schools, etc. And this is very, I think, very key. We can maybe come back to this later on if we still have some times. And so, just to come back to the Saskia schemes, I think that the Committee of the Region is key for the short to medium and long-term perspective in the scheme that you presented very, very well, and obviously from the local level to the regional and multi-regional level programming process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierpaolo. Well, it was good. I was trying to catch different thoughts from different perspectives to try to open a discussion. It was quite interesting. I don't have a specific question for you, Saskia, because you already presented before, and I'm running out of time, but feel free to jump. Or otherwise, in the second round, we'll open for contributions. And now, we'll come back to the panel, but now I would like to open the microphone to you, to the audience. So we have about 15, 20 minutes. So I will kindly ask you if any one of you has any question. I will kindly ask you to raise your hand. Please introduce briefly yourself before, and try to be as much concise as possible with the question to take it to the panelists to reply.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, you also invited for comments. Yeah. Also, so Jelena Vidovic, Mission Soil Secretariat, just to add a few thoughts on how Commission is supporting will support implementation. In this case, I mentioned the support from the Mission Soil, and I would like to now I mentioned in my presentation just to say a bit more about it. So the Mission will support a few different parts of the soil monitoring law, the framework, monitoring framework, sustainable soil practices part, and the part on contamination. When it comes to monitoring framework, so I mentioned the EU Soil Observatory, that's important, it's supporting this soil dashboard. So JRC is leading this part. For example, JRC is now working with different European laboratories on aligning methodologies when it comes to contaminants, in particular PFAS. I don't know if any of GRC colleagues are actually online today. Maybe they can afterwards say a few words. Also, what we are requiring for our living labs already, they are aligned with the soil descriptors from the soil monitoring law and all other mission projects. There is, as I mentioned, there is a call now in Work Program 25 on actually integrating different monitoring methodologies in support of soil monitoring law. When it comes to sustainable soil management practices, I mentioned also that living labs, they will develop solutions on local level. They will support the uptake of these practices on a regional level. We also have a knowledge base, mission knowledge base, that's a project Soilwise that will gather all knowledge on these practices, and it will make this available to EU Soil Observatory, which then will put to use to member states. And finally, for the contamination part, we have a number of projects on soil pollution that will also contribute to drafting a list of contaminated sites and a list of emerging pollutants. So quite a lot is being done from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. It's good to see how many tools and initiatives you are putting in force for supporting this implementation. Anyone else? Yeah, we have one question there in the.
Hello, Marketa Krejci. I'm working in the European Parliament on soil monitoring law in the Office of the Rapporteur, and it was mentioned several times that the law is not dead yet there because we need a successful vote in the European Parliament to have it applied. And it was kind of sad to hear from Mr. Balodis that. I think that the farmer community does not know what are going to be the consequences of this law, that they hear about it for the first time. And it would be, I think that it would be good to hear from Mrs. Peters if you could elaborate a bit on whether he thinks that there would be any consequences or obligations for the farmers, because it was what we did when we were negotiating in the Parliament and with the Commission and the Council. we tried to limit any obligations for the farmers, and the European Commission proposed obligatory implementation of the sustainable soil management practices, which was in the end turned more to carrots than sticks, to article which should in the end just support the farmers without obliging them to act. But I would like Mr. Peters if he could elaborate a bit, because I think that I would be happy if it's clarified, also because I think that if this law would fail in the vote, it would be probably because of the misunderstanding of what it is about and what it is not. And we already hear that in some member states there is this disinformation campaign among the far-right members about obligations which I believe are not in the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to have this approach from the European Parliament. Is there? Yeah, please, Valo.
Yes, thank you for the comment. I can only agree with what you said. In the beginning, in the proposal of the Commission, the idea was that soil managers would also have obligations in case a soil was to be found unhealthy, that there would be some kind of consequence or action to be taken on that soil. But in the course of the negotiations, indeed, the focus shifted a bit more towards providing the necessary enabling conditions and the necessary support to those soil managers to take action on the ground. But it's correct, and I think the final compromise also explicitly states it in the text, that there are no direct obligations on land managers, on farmers, and on foresters. So that's entirely correct, and I can only reassure soil managers or farmers if they would have concerns about that, indeed.
Thank you very much, Pablo, for feedback. Yeah, we have a question, yeah, please.
Thank you. Sonia Rodrigues from the CurioSoil project. I have a short question for, I think, both Pier Paolo Pires and Lydie. You both mentioned the role of raising awareness. So we are in our project, one of the main goals is raising soil literacy and developing tools for awareness raising. And I'd like to hear from you, from your perspective and your experience, more in the ground, what kind of tools at the moment you feel you miss, it could be more useful for you from your perspective, what would be more helpful for you? Because our role is to develop those kind of tools and to be helpful, but we will also like to hear from your side what you identify as key needs and how can we actually develop something that is useful for you. Thank you.
So for Brussels, I would say the big problem is managing to reach all of the people that we want to reach. We have some tools that we developed also to make people put their hands in the soil and actually look at the soil. But we noticed that we are mostly reaching people who are already ready to be reached in a way. So those that are already interested either in soil or in environments. But we also have a lot of people who are not at all worrying about environment, who live day to day and don't have the time or the resources to be worrying about this, and they are much harder to reach and bring into the boat. So that's one side of the people that we struggle with. And also there's, of course, the complete other side, which is the land developers, the private sector, how to make them understand that they need to take the soil into account. Of course, we can speak numbers and costs, but there is still a lot of work to be done on that side.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. I think just to be slightly provocative, looking from let's say from an institutional and political perspective, politicians are rarely the driver of changes. They usually are the ones that that interpret the feeling from the society and then translate it into policy action and decisions. And I think what we are clearly missing now is the fact that let's say, the general public awareness about the importance of soil. And I think that this awareness can only come from schools, from very primary schools and all the cycle actually of schools. So I really think that until soil importance will not reach the level of awareness and visibility that other environmental issues have reached, the capacity of the public authorities and public leaders to act would be limited. This is my sorry, maybe it's a bit negative and let's say push the goal very far in the future, but I think that is something that we have to deal with.
Yes, for me, very often when I give a talk somewhere, I end with a slide asking the audience something similar to what you asked. And I also give a few, my main question is always, like, what did the climate scientists do what we didn't? How can it be that something that's much more easy to explain, because you can see soil erosion, you can see soil health in many ways, like the animals that are there, it's much easier to explain than CO2. So why is it that the general public is not aware of the fact that without soils we don't have food? The connection is very clear. Of course, maybe, and many people tell me, no, but with climate change we have wildfires, it's hotter. Yes, it's all true, but not having food is maybe even more dramatic. So I don't see how that cannot be seen as an urgent thing. So then I think it is education, surely. Other things, awareness raising things, but it has to be something more profound. Like we need a polar bear. We need somebody like Leonardo DiCaprio. We need somebody. We need a CO2. You know. So then we need Greta Thunberg. Although maybe she's a bit annoying, but anyway. So there is a lot of things that can be done. So that's I have disseminated this quite a number of times, but yeah, I don't know. I do also think actually that the awareness of soil has improved a lot over the last 10, 15 years. Like ever since we had the International Year of Soils in 2015, we have made big steps. It's really like that. Only the fact that we even have a soil mission is unthought of like 20 years ago. So I think it is the awareness of soils being important is growing a lot, but still needs to improve more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Saskia.
Good morning, Agnese Boccalun from ACR Plus. We are a partner of PREPSOIL and we are representative of local and regional authorities working on sustainability. When we try to engage our members in soil health related activities, we are often faced with the unavailability of staff from the regional level, from public authorities. And I think that when we talk about investments, we should not only think about the end user, but also at the facilitators, in this case the regional authorities, the local authorities, and the civil servants that are the bridge between the science that we are creating and the users, farmers, foresters, urban planners. Because if we don't have the capacity at that intermediate level, we are missing a lot of opportunities of transferring all this knowledge. And I think in this case, for example, an institution like the Committee of the Region has a role to raise this need at the regional level to facilitate a bit the implementation of the mission.
Yeah, thank you. You need to jump in, or have another question there and there.
Okay, I'm in the name of the project Sol, our invisible ally. Already the name tells something about our topic. It's invisible, souls are invisible for many people. What we try in the project, and maybe it's interesting just as comment, through art, to show through art the soul, science, art, and to show people in this way. So it's a small number of people who could follow that, but it's interesting way how to present the soil problematic, especially in urban areas. This is could be very popular. And I agree very much with that we need a lot of work to educate people on the municipalities or the managers about soils and sustainable soil management practice. This should move a little bit the knowledge transfer to the decision makers. So we need people educated to do that. And this is part of our job in the project.
Yeah, thank you very much. Back again to the capacity building and knowledge transfer issue, and indeed, it will be a key point. Yeah, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Javier Trescali. I'm a master's student from TU Delft. I'm doing some research on the soil mission and stakeholder dynamics. I do feel there's a bit of a tension because it seems that the mission is struggling to raise awareness about soil, and also the soil monitoring law, it seems it's unclear for the farmers, what the responsibilities. Oscar is also bringing up that the way they see it is that it's more paper, more work, but now I'm understanding that apparently they don't actually have obligations. So I'm curious to understand what do you think are the barriers that the EU is struggling with in communicating to farmers the impact of these laws. So yeah, whoever feels comfortable answering that, I would like to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wanted to jump here to give feedback? Well, and the point is, indeed, I mean, we are looking forward the soil monitoring law is still there, so let's see how it's progressing. But for today, I mean, there are a lot of, we are going in a hurry because there are a lot of interesting items we were talking about for longer. But unless we have clear that this is a super challenging law, the European Commission and the Soil Mission platform are doing their best to put available all the support resources to make this possible. So I will say that let's wait for the beginning of the soil monitoring law to see how it progresses.
I have a question to Bavo, actually. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for Bavo, even though I'm not in the audience. But no, because when the vision on agriculture and food came out, just prior to it, it seemed, when I was talking to some people that were not in this working group, it was a bit a surprise of what was going to be in it, because it was a bit of a closed session to make this document, apparently. So I was really wondering how you feel as the group that is trying to implement or design the steps to make the soil monitoring law to be implemented. If you think that the things that are mentioned in this new vision are aligned with your plans, or that it is complicating things?
I think it's aligned, and it doesn't really complicate things at all. I think the two initiatives have the same objectives, and those objectives are, in my view, coherent. Maybe also to reply to the first question, at this moment there is no law yet. It's not even adopted at this point in time. So I think we still have also some time. Maybe it's logic that farmers at this point are not yet fully aware of what is in the law, because I think even not you are fully aware of what is in the law, because there's not even a text or compromise yet out online or available to everybody. So there is a bit more time, I would say. It is true that, I mean, at European level, it's a directive, which means that it has to be transposed by member states. And as Commission, we mainly look at member states. The member states are the first counterparts, I would say, because all the obligations in the directive rest on them, actually. And then it's up to them to see how they define soil districts, how they appoint competent authorities, how they involve the public, how they involve stakeholders. At European level, we also have stakeholder interactions, but then probably it's more with interest organizations like, for example, Copa-Cogeca, with whom we also have interactions, or with the young farmers associations. It's not only Copa-Cogeca, but that's our way to interact. And usually farmers, it's also logic, I think. They don't really have time to be involved at such an abstract level. So that's also a bit the responsibility then of the interest organizations to represent their members and to make the voice heard at the European level. And of course, sometimes we do see the farmers here in the streets of Brussels. So that's also a way to interact, of course, and to make your voice heard.
Thank you very much. Yes, ahead quickly, Lydie, and then we'll go for the last.
I just wanted to add a tiny reflection, because we've spoken of resources, of the added difficulties for the farmers, and other aspects of awareness raising. And I think it's important, as Brussels, representative of Brussels, we really need this directive to come out and be adopted, because having this directive and having this EU layer will allow us to justify dedicating resources to the soil. If we do not have it, we keep getting undermined by other more pressing matters, seemingly, given they have EU legislation, while soil does not. So I want to reiterate that we need this directive, and we are really waiting for it at a regional level.
Yeah, so let's go.
Yeah, I think that from my side it will be more comment or rather than question, because there was the question on the what are we doing basically to communicate to the stakeholders what the law is about, because it's true that at this point it's not public, the final result, because it was still subject to like lawyer linguist checks. The vote in the ENVI committee is in the European Parliament. It's on 4th June. So it should be published on the webpage of the European Parliament before the vote. And at least from our side, we as the rapporteur of the file, he tried to meet as many stakeholders as possible, be it Copa-Cogeca, be it the also different mining associations, because they were also concerned about the possible impacts. And even though that it's not public, I think that it's our role of the European Parliament and also of the European Commission to try and already explain what it is in the final law. So from our side, we did some basic summary, which we share with in personal meetings. We try to explain to stakeholders which have some particular concerns, how we addressed it in the past, and we keep open communication until the vote in the committee, because it might be challenging, but as I mentioned in my previous comment, if this law fails in the European Parliament, it will be just because of misunderstanding and miscommunication or disinformation. So I would like to see also more engagement from the European Commission, because I also think that it's your role as a stakeholder around the table to try to explain this was our proposal and this is when we landed. Because I think that many arguments or many negative comments which we receive are still more to the original proposal, which have this one all out principles, which has EU-wide threshold, which were considered unfair towards the farmers, landowners. There was the obligation to farmers without providing financial support. It's not in the law in the final law anymore. So what we are voting on, what we will decide on, will be completely different law, and this should be better communicated.
Thank you very much. And well, thank you, the audience, for this proactive contribution, and also the speakers for giving the feedback there. Our timekeeper is about to kill me, so I will run to the next point. But it's clear that there's an interest and momentum around soil policy and action here, and there's need for ongoing dialogue between decision makers, practitioners, farmers, regional public authorities. So now I would like to run for a second quick round to the panelists. So we don't have too much time, but I would like to give you the floor again for a final message. I will suggest you to go both on opportunities or otherwise on urgent actions needed for the implementation of the soil monitoring law. So we don't have too much time, but great. You can give us your final thoughts on this point. Who wants to begin before Oscar?
Okay. I will go home and calm down the farmers. The law is not yet ready and will be not so very strict. So that's I think the main thing. Yeah, and then I also come from this farmers NGO, farmers parliament. We work quite tight with our agriculture ministry. So, and also we spread a lot of information among the farmers. So we will be the link to know what's happening with this law. And we are waiting for the final draft or text or something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Lydia?
I think I've already more or less given my final comment just before. We are really waiting for this this law, and we are working already internally to try and make it accepted as not an additional layer that will add obligations and problems, but as a legislation that is there to coordinate and help also the application of the others, for example, nature or water, etc., and that will bring positives. And but that is still in the work, and we need the final text to be voted so that we can finalize all those discussions, of course.
Yeah, well, very briefly, I think there are the two elements. One that we already mentioned, the aspect of awareness, so investment in general public awareness. This is one part. I think this will be one of the subject of the afternoon discussion. The other one is clearly knowledge. Having awareness should be founded over well-developed information, knowledge, understanding of what is going on. So the work that Saskia is doing is key, but we should really be able to transfer this knowledge at all levels and at all stakeholders. Thank you.
Yes, soil is a very cross-cutting topic that has many links with different policy areas, and that's also what makes it sometimes so complex. So the governance is sometimes difficult because you need to connect and link different experts with different backgrounds, and I really think that the soil monitoring law can help to improve that governance in member states. And we actually already see now effects because we hear from member states. In some member states, some countries are already trying to figure out that governments and to connect the different stakeholders at different levels to be prepared to implement this legislation. So I hope that will help. Also on our side, we have to organize and to get the governance right, also internally, because we also need to connect internally with different colleagues. We need to cooperate well with GRC, EEA, and so on and so forth. And I also understand that we have to better communicate about the advantages of the legislation. I can only say that we try to do that as much as possible. That's why also we're here today. We give many presentations, we attend many conferences, panels, and so on and so forth to try to explain the benefits of this law. Thank you.
Yeah, well, maybe I can end then. That I'm very happy to see that that all this progress is made from a scientific point of view, as I'm supposed to represent. I think we just want to keep to stress that it's really good to keep open the lines between the different stakeholders. That, as I also tried to explain in my presentation, it's very important that the scientists don't only send but also receive, so that we have a true communication with the policymakers. And I think that in this project and also in the EGP Soil project, we made very good steps towards creating the environment in which this is possible. So I hope that this, as both projects currently are finished, this will continue to exist, and that we keep the lines open for a really good science-society interaction.
Thank you very much, Saskia. Thanks to all of you. Well, we are arriving to the end. Well, we'd like to thank you, all of you, for this engaging and thoughtful discussion. 1 hour, I guess, is not enough to talk about this. We have been touching many points. We'll have time for further discussion during the rest of the day. It will be super challenging for me also to try to recap the discussion, but I would like to share 2 messages, 2 final conclusions from my side. The first is that the soil monitoring law is not just a legislative proposal. It's a call for coordination, cross-level, science evidence-based soil monitoring at different levels on the ground. And the second one is that it seems that advancing soil health is a shared responsibility. There's not only the European Commission and the Parliament launching the laws, but there's also intermediate levels, both of regional, local, the farmer step. So there's a need for local ownerships, strategic alignment between policy, science, and practice. And today the conversation was somehow in this direction. We'll keep with expectation to see what is going to happen when the soil monitoring law will be enforced. That's all from my side. Sincere thank you to all of you, especially to the panelists, but also to the audience for your participation. Let's continue this dialogue then during the coffee break and for the afternoon and keep the momentum going. And thank you again and enjoy the rest of the event and the further conversation. Okay, excuse me. And they're informing that we have a present from the panelists.
Yes.
And the uniform delivered to you right
Yes.
now. Right
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
The best.
I only passed 3 minutes from the time. Not bad.
Thank you. Well done. It's a good discussion.
Now we have a coffee break until 11:30.
Okay.
Well, I said that I'm not Samer. This is that I'll introduce myself and I said that I'm joined by
Yeah,
my
but still,
colleague.
can you repeat?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to start the second session. This is called the regional role of soil health living labs for multi-actor co-creation. We will kick off with a presentation by Isabelle Couture, who will introduce herself in more detail.
Thank you very much. Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Community of Regions for welcoming us in their space. My name is Isabelle Couture, and I am an international project manager with the European Network of Living Labs. And with my colleague Maud, we'll be presenting today about accelerating regional action through co-creation in soil health living labs. So, let's see if this works. Okay, perfect. So, we've presented some of this before. You'll be very familiar with this slide right here and the content, but I did want to show this slide just to re-emphasize the importance that living labs have within the soil mission, since yes, they are at the core of the soil mission, and they have been positioned as the innovation tool for raising awareness about the importance of soils, but also to lead this transition to healthy soils. And this is really part of a broader movement that recognizes the importance of living labs, since they are a key part of other missions like the cancer and the climate neutral and smart cities mission as well. So it is really a broader recognition that we're seeing about the role of living labs and the value that they bring. But what are living labs? So there have been many definitions across the years, and the European Network of Living Labs has developed a thorough definition for living labs, which was then adapted and expanded by the European Commission to define what soil health living labs are, which are user-centered, place-based, and transdisciplinary research and innovation ecosystems, which involve land managers, scientists, and other relevant partners in systemic research and co-design, testing, monitoring, and evaluation of solutions in real-life settings to improve their effectiveness for soil health and accelerate adoption. And there are many core elements that are found in the general definition and the soil mission. One of them, of course, is this multi-stakeholder engagement, since it is at the core of living labs that they bring together representatives from diverse sectors. And that can be policymakers, researchers, farmers, citizens, businesses, and many other types of stakeholders to co-develop and validate innovation. Of course, living labs are also place-based, which means that they don't only adapt solutions to the needs of the users, but really to the regional socioeconomic and environmental context as well, which makes them highly relevant for regional development and also ensures a stronger local uptake of solutions by involving these local actors. So living labs empower regions as innovation hubs. They turn them into front runners for testing and demonstrating practices that are aligned with policies like the soil monitoring law. So understanding the importance of living labs then can help us better understand why PREPSOIL is not just a project, but how it was created to set up and implement a support system to empower and sustain living labs and lighthouses across Europe and help them flourish. So PREPSOIL as an accelerator provides the tools, methodologies, and the capacity building to fast-track development and impact of regional soil innovations. As a connector, it links regions, stakeholders, and knowledge systems to facilitate cross-regional learnings, matchmaking, but also the replication of good practices so that they can be implemented across different context. And PREPSOIL as an enabler aligns local actions with EU policy goals so that living labs are then policy relevant and impactful. So overall, living labs really help, and they can help regions work better together, and they make local soil actions more connected, visible, and effective so that they can be more important and successful where they matter most, which is right on the ground in localities and in regions. And now my colleague Mar will be presenting about the specific tools and resources that were developed in PREPSOIL to support the living labs and lighthouses at every stage of development to help them grow to succeed. Over to you, Mar.
Thank you so much, Isabel. So yeah, we're going to dive deeper into the support system that PREPSOIL offers. And first we have, the support starts with this understanding of the role of living labs. And this is done so with the creation of a conceptual framework. And the main goal of this conceptual framework is to identify the unique features of living labs in the context of soil health. And it does so by targeting different land use types. These are agriculture, industry, urban, forestry, natural and semi-natural land uses. And at its core, this framework develops the key principles of living labs, such as the co-creation and co-design, the multi-stakeholder approach, also this bigger focus on innovation and this driving for systemic change. So in short, this conceptual framework, what it does is provide a holistic overall view on these living labs in soil health, and it gives the context for the following supports that PREPSOIL also has developed. No. Okay. So this conceptual framework then moves onward into this creation of what we'd like to call a common language for soil living labs. And it's basically a taxonomy. So this tool is a support tool that provides identification but also classification of the initiatives in aligning with the living labs and lighthouses principles that are stated in the Mission Soil Implementation Plan, as well as the Mission Soil criteria. So this taxonomy is divided across 4 levels. The first 2 levels target more this bigger overall criteria defined by the Mission Soil. And then the subsequent levels target more the generic criteria that apply to all living labs in soil. And then level 4, the last one, targets the different land use types. So this tool can be used by living labs and lighthouses and initiatives of those to consult and identify this common language for soil living labs. So moving a little bit onwards, linked with this taxonomy as well as this overall overarching conceptual framework, PREPSOIL has developed this assessment tool, which aims to evaluate and identify the maturity levels of different living labs and lighthouses across the European landscape. And it does so by having this connection and this alignment to the Mission Soil criteria as well as the taxonomy. So the key functions are to identify these areas of improvement and help living labs and lighthouses identify where they can progress and uncover growth opportunities. The format that this assessment tool comes in is a set of closed questions, and deriving from this, we have produced within PREPSOIL this classification of different types of living labs in soil. So on one side, we have the Mission Soil Living Labs, which are the ones that are specifically funded under the dedicated topics of the Mission Soil. And then we have the European Living Labs, which are from the broader landscape of the European scale, and they do not receive funding from the Mission Soil dedicated topics. And lastly, we have the Emerging Living Labs, which are potential and emerging living labs, including on-the-ground experiments and pilot projects that yet they do not fully align to the Mission Soil criteria. Moving onwards, PREPSOIL has also provided this atlas that you can see on the slide, and it basically offers visibility, connection opportunities, and even regional consortium building for different living labs and lighthouses, because it provides them with the opportunity to disseminate what they do with a brief context and also in alignment to the different land use types. So it's a living resource that it promotes its transparency and collaboration across the European landscape. In PREPSOIL, we've also identified this need to help living labs achieve this long-term stability. And in doing so, we have developed this business model canvas, which is aims at identifying different aspects that are crucial for the long-term sustainability of a living lab, such as the value proposition, the cost structures, and the revenue streams. And with this, we have also provided an insight catalog with real-life examples of different living labs in the different land use types for other people to consult if they're in need of so. The business model canvas also provides a user guide, which also details more the different aspects of the business model. And we've also had the chance to collaborate with Soil and Soil Startup in producing a business model training that enabled living labs and initiatives of living labs, or people interested in creating a living lab, to learn more about how to define this business model canvas. And to finish this part of our tools, we have produced this knowledge repository designated only for living labs and the capacity building of SO. So it collects a set of resources in terms of stakeholder engagement guides, evaluation methods, and other type of tools. And it's used for the consultation and further improvement of this growth in the Living Lab network. And I'm going to pass it on to Isabel to explain how PREPSOIL lives on.
Thank you. So I hope that it's now very clear how PREPSOIL was set up to provide this support system and the value that it brought to brings and will bring to the living labs and lighthouses across Europe, since yes, PREPSOIL lives on beyond the end of the project, since many of the activities and support will be picked up by the Soil Framework Partnership Agreement and the projects that are within this FPA to continue on the work that has been accomplished and the success that was accomplished in PREPSOIL. There will be a presentation on soil in a little bit, but we just wanted to highlight the fact that it's not the end of the journey just yet for PREPSOIL, that it continues on. So before I think we go to the panel, we'll take some questions if we have some time.
How much time do we still have?
1 minute. Okay, maybe one question. If not, we have time in the panel during to.
Yes, please.
Okay.
The red button.
Oh yeah, I was wondering about the soil monitoring law. How do you think that this will work for living labs to fit in with soil monitoring? Do you have any thoughts on that?
That's a really good question. So I think that there would be an opportunity to bring the living labs together, perhaps on their soil or other activities, to really use this code development, this co-creation methodology to get feedback and provide perhaps recommendations or thoughts at least perhaps to the authorities. So there might be an opportunity there to continue this conversation using the code development and the co-creation methodologies, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, not a question, but a reaction. As Bavo said at another point, there is this new Article 23A that might maybe be a good place to start with this, since it's there to foster all of those exchanges of good practices, information, bringing all that to the member state.
Thank you for that reminder. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to Isabel and Mar for this nice overview. Then I would like now to invite our panelists to come to have a seat behind this desk. the program is a little bit similar to the one that we had in the morning. So first we have a general opening question to all of our 4 of our panelists. Then we will have some questions from the audience. In this time, you could also ask some questions to Isabel if they pop up later in your head. And then I'll go a little bit more in depth to see the insights of these different perspectives of the panelists that we have invited. So first of all, I would like to invite Francesc Domingo, who still is there at the end. He is a research specialist on soil and fertilization management at IRTA, Mas Badia, on sustainable field crops program which is based in Catalonia. He has 25 years of practice, research experience, and works on a participatory project in demonstration farms, and does that so in close cooperation with farmers, companies, and all other stakeholders who have anything to do with this participatory way of implementation of fertilization management at the regional level. Then the second panelist is Faliseos Takavokoglou. Sorry for the bad way of saying this. He's a senior researcher at the Soil and Water Resources Institute of Hellenic Agricultural Organization, Dimitri, and he is an ambassador of the Aegean, Living Lab, which is one of the living labs of the project funded under the Soil Mission called Gov for All. And he is also the coordinator of the Mare Mediterra project that promotes nature-based solutions in the Mediterranean landscapes. Then thirdly, we have Nargish Parveen. She is a senior researcher at RISE, which is based in Sweden. It's the Research Institute of Sweden. And she is the Living Lab coordinator of the IcoShell project and UR Soil project. And then lastly, we have Laura Perez. She's working at the Chamber of Agriculture of the Loire in France as a European Innovation Project Officer. And she has been facilitating the implementation of multiple Horizon Europe project and Horizon 2020 project, and also national project for climate, mainly on climate change adaptation in the farming sector. So now that you know who you're watching behind this desk, I would like to kick off with the first question that I would like all of you to give me your thoughts about, which is what is your perspective is on the key factors that we should have that will enable the successful application of living lab approaches that will improve soil health at the regional scale. So let me see. Let me just start on my left.
Okay, thank you. I think that to be able to be successful on these living lab approaches, we have to involve advisors. Advisors has been mentioned this in the previous session, but I remark it because as you ask for a regional perspective, in my site there is a lack of advisors, and advisors are the people that interact better with farmers and that farmers trust more. And in Catalonia, in my place, I think that in all South Europe regions, there is a lack of advisors helping farmers to implement different techniques, not only on soil but also on soil. And in the Mediterranean part, we have a serious problem on low organic carbon content on soils that we have to improve for sure. Otherwise, we will not be able to be resilient with the severe droughts that we are facing, and we have to improve this part of the soil health. But most of them are linked to this soil organic carbon content, and the advisors are crucial. And another thing that we can do has to do probably with governance of living labs. We have to get a frank relationship among all stakeholders that interact in a specific living lab and on other, and in general on living labs. And I say that governance has to do with it because everyone has to know which role has to play in the living lab, in the organization and on the implementation of this living lab. I would say that farmers doesn't trust very much researchers, but I think they trust less policymakers or administration. So we have there is a need to get an agreement among all the stakeholders, and specifically on these ones, because we need farmers to get this improvement in soil health, and we have to be aware of their needs. And yes, if we convince farmers that improving soil health is important, I am sure, I know that if they are convinced, they will go to the end. So this frank relationship among all the stakeholders, I think it's also an important item for improving or for being successful on applying this living lab approach.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then now I would like to go to the north to see how that would work in Sweden.
Thank you for the question. So while developing the Swedish Living Lab, we identified several key factors that are important for successful living lab. First of all, as Francesc said, have the farmers interested providing their sites for the living lab. So it's important to find the engaged farmers and who are really actively involved in agriculture and has a strong intention to improve their soil health. Also, it's quite easier if we use existing farming association or networks. It facilitates the communication and collaboration among farmers. Also, it's quite important to select sites that are in close proximity to each other for a logistical point of view, for sampling, for communication, all those things. Also, but yeah, it's also important to remember that when we have sites close to each other, we should also have sites that are different in different soil properties and agricultural practices that will ensure the results to be implemented widely. And lastly, I think the co-creation workshops, heart of living lab success. So to run the successful co-creation living lab, we should have open and tailored communication so that all different types of stakeholders feel engaged and we get some positive outcome from the co-creation workshop for the next iteration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then I would like to go to Vasileos.
Back to the south again. Down. Okay, it's really interesting how we agree on the same thing. I mean, it's really important, the scheme of the Living Club. There are some key actors that need to be involved right from the beginning. Advisors, for sure, because they have a major role in transferring the knowledge. The key farmers, in every area, there are farmers that are, how can I say that? They are influencer farmers. They can affect, they can influence, they can inspire other farmers. So these people have to be involved right from the beginning of the project. And if possible, local authorities. At least for the Aegean Living Club, we had the experience with several other living clubs, but at least for the one that we established under the Gov for All project, we managed to have the regional authority with us right from the beginning, as a partner, as a key member of the Living Club. So that worked really well for us because all the activities that we are implementing are under the umbrella of the regional authority, so they support it and they promote the activities. They invite people to come. And the second, and probably most important, is that they have direct access. They are involved in the results and outputs of the Living Club. So they can take results, they can take tools, they can take processes and implement it, integrate them in their policy tools. Of course, this needs time, but they are there, they are with us, and they have a very strong interest, at least in the beginning. We will see what happens until the end. The second and most important from my side and experience also has to do with the plan of actions. The Living Clubs are called to establish a solid, a clear plan of actions. If you want to be successful, you must know where you are going. You must know what are you doing. And in the Living Club, we have, it's like a balance. We have things that we offer to society, and we also have, on the other hand, the sustainability of the Living Club itself. There are some actions that are offered for free to the citizens, and there are other actions that need to be done in order to have the financial sources to sustain and work in the future. This means that we have to deal with several different issues, from services to farmers and to agricultural industries, for example, to support of political decisions, tools, and strategies. I mean, for sure, Living Clubs, at least from my eyes, have a crucial role to play in the monitoring directive. Not only as focal points of transferring knowledge. No. I mean, more active role in the monitoring. I mean, the creation of regional databases, because the support, the active support of the regional authorities in collecting the data, not only transferring knowledge on how to do it. They can be built and operate as offices, let's say, that support regional authorities in the implementation of the monitoring directive. I'm talking this kind of active role. I mean, we are in a process now. I guess sooner or later, each member state will decide about the governance scheme of a directive for the implementation, who should do what. So we want to play an active role as a Living Club in this scheme of the implementation, at least at the level of member state. So that was all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then now we go to somewhere in the middle of Europe to see how different it is in the Loire. Sorry, and to see how different it could be in the Loire. So please, Laura.
Like this? Yes. Okay. What is very important in the Living Lab approach, is the dialogue. It's not only, we are not talking just about technical solutions. We are talking about how to create bridges between stakeholders, between people who don't talk a lot together, and this is very crucial because we can see that every day in our projects. Mainly the dialogue, the territorial dialogue is the key, like really, because the stakeholders, they don't usually talk together. They are, in different groups, and there is not this time and opportunity to be gathered, and I think like the Living Lab are very crucial for that. And I will say 3 main points to keep in mind about Living Labs. The first thing, according to me, with our project, we have to really think about how to do the stakeholders mapping. It's very, very, very important at the beginning to work on it. It's not an easy part, and we don't do it quickly. We shouldn't do it quickly because sometimes we can forget some stakeholders, and it's going to be a huge problem after all in the project. So we have to work on the stakeholders map to say which kind of stakeholders got influence and power, which stakeholder will be very interested, will be supported or not. It's important to do this work in a very serious way. The other point, very important, would be to define a common question to solve between all the stakeholders, something like relevant for everyone, like to define like a common goal, even if each stakeholder has his own point of view and vision, to define something like in common, what we want to reach, where we want to go together. And sometimes in some projects, it took us 6 months just to define the questions, the questions to solve. Because every time it was like, no, we don't agree, no, we don't like this word. So it takes a lot of time to define this question, and when you got it, this is crucial. And the last point would be, to get, like I would say, the right rhythm when you organize your meetings and your workshops, because, I will say for the farmers, they don't have the time. And when you ask a lot of things to farmers and to policymakers and to different stakeholders, sometimes it can be too much, and people could be bored by that. So, the most important thing is to organize different groups and to say, okay, this time we will invite this kind of stakeholders. Next month we will organize this group with another stakeholders, but you don't have to bring all the stakeholders all the time together. You have to find the good balance and the good rhythm, because if you bring all the time everyone together, sometimes it's not so efficient and so relevant. You have to find the good combination. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was very interesting to hear that there are a lot of commonalities actually across Europe. So actually now I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. If you talk, please mention who you are and your organization, and also to whom your question is targeted. Yes, please, Jenny.
Well, thank you very much, and it's very nice to hear of all the experiences from the different panelists. So my question is, because many landowners, they are also requested to organize, not just farmers, but land managers or landowners are requested to organize themselves around other environmental issues, for example, their water resources or biodiversity hotspots. And how do you see that living labs around soils can be coordinated and aligned around these other issues that land managers and landowners have to deal with? Thank you.
Anybody want to respond to this?
I think that probably you are right, and we have to think on living labs that goes farther than soils, because, for example, what you have mentioned, which is water, is very, very linked to the soil management, at least in our region. And it probably has less sense to try to divide living labs in themes than to make a common living lab which are facing different problems, but probably getting the same solutions for these different problems or similar solutions for these different problems. So I think one of the ways is to enlarge the perspective of the living lab and not focusing only on soil health.
Yes, I will just give an example. We have a living lab on soil health in Pays de la Loire, and it was hard. It was hard to imagine how to, which stakeholder to bring, because soil is about everything. So we use some documents from the FAO. FAO. Defining the different functions of the soil, and so there was like water, biodiversity, carbon, cultural heritage, and everything. And we tried to bring stakeholders from each these functions. Like stakeholders working on water management, we brought them in the living lab. Working on the carbon storage, we brought them, biodiversity, land management, everything, and then after we try to select the subjects and everything. But at the beginning, we gather everybody because it's linked. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Niels, go ahead.
Thank you. Very interesting to hear from the news from on the ground, the living labs out there, really good. I've heard a lot about stakeholders, engagement and management, important issues that I see that you're aware of, but I also hear about including advisors to transfer knowledge and so on. But so far I didn't hear anyone mentioning what I thought was the key activity, co-creation. So from north to south, I think we're quite into the growing season of 2025. Could you describe if there are any co-creation activities that you're actually doing with the land users out there in terms of testing, developing new land use strategies for improving soil health, and tell a bit about how you do this co-creation, taking a starting point presumably from the land user's perspective. Does that exist already?
Sorry, yeah, I already mentioned that co-creation is really important to have both open and tailored communication in the co-creation. Co-creation, actually, you are right, it's an art to engage all different stakeholders. So we already have done a preliminary co-creation and then a final co-creation already with the landowners and farmers. And it was a great experience. We got to know about the most important problem related to soil health they have. There are quite many different types of soil health challenges, but since we have to be aligned with the mission soil objective, we just took the problem that really go in parallel with the objective we choose for our living lab. For example, for Swedish Living Lab, we are focusing on objective number 4 and 6, soil structure and biodiversity, and other one soil pollution and restoration. So for example, some of the farmers has a problem with soil erosion, but this belongs to another mission soil objective which we are not addressing. So it's like that. We have to be in, some specific problem to deal with. But in the first co-creation, we identified some common problems, and also we discussed about some potential solutions to implement. And we are now preparing for fast baseline sampling in the farms. Thank you.
The co-creation process, it's really a very complex process. It's a very complex process, and it's always customized to the area where you are working. So, at least in the Aegean, let's say Living Lab, in the Aegean region, we spent a lot of time in preparing the first steps. So this has to do with a lot of discussion with the stakeholders, mainly to identify the causes of the problem. It was mentioned earlier by Saskia in the presentation. This is really important because the problem is very well known. The farmers know the problem that they have. So the key is to identify the cause. What is hidden behind the problem? So if by identifying the cause, then we can start discussing with experts on what are the potential solutions, what can be done. We are promoting very much nature-based solutions in that area, in the sense that these are inspired or are based on nature, and also they provide multiple environmental and socioeconomic benefits. So we'll formulate the discussion around nature-based solutions for the specific problem in the area. And then we have trials and tests, and we learn from our mistakes and stand up again and do it again. So this is a process. It takes a lot of time, but the results usually we are expecting to be very good.
Okay. Any other question? Oh, do you want to? Sorry. There's two. I will go first to him. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm from Lipar, from the north of Portugal, at Porto, Greater Porto. We have a project there, a life project with a park that is Serras de Valongo, and is a project that tries to adapt the land to climate change, and the owners are private inside the protected area. We are not a living lab, but we are working with the owners that give us the place to manage, and we identified in the area the problem there that was the planting of eucalyptus and now invasive species that are there, and we are managing this with the LIFE project, and we are trying to involve other stakeholders and actors also, like big industries of paper, like Navigator is also in this LIFE project, for example. And I would ask if something like this could be registered as a lighthouse, or this is my question.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much for sharing your initiative. It sounds really interesting. What I would recommend you to do is that, yes, we do have this atlas that is available on the website with an assessment tool that my colleague Mar presented, where we can actually help you already determine which some of the simple criteria of the soil mission for living labs and lighthouses you might be aligned with, and then provide you with the resources to help you grow and the areas that might need improvement, or confirm where you are already meeting the criteria. So we can certainly help you in that process. I will highlight here that because of the project ending, we are closing the assessment period at the beginning of June. So anyone interested in taking the assessment or registering online to the map, I would encourage you to do so this week so that we can then come back to you. But yes, absolutely, we encourage you to do that, and we'll be in touch to share more resources to help you and give you a little bit more information. Yes.
Hi, thank you. Very interesting discussion. For me, the question is like, I'm particularly interested in farmers or advisors or policymakers, but I'm curious to understand what do you think is the difference between those who do get involved with living labs and those who don't? And I'm also curious if you have any stories of like someone who at the beginning was not interested, but then later you managed to convince them. So success stories. So yeah, if you want to share, thank you. And it's for the whole panel. Yeah.
Before I wanted to mention something, I think links a bit with your question, because we are using different words, landowners, farmers, and maybe I miss the meaning in English because my English is limited, but if I translate it, landowners are the people who owns the land, but not necessarily manage it. And farmers tend to be the ones that manage the land. Sometimes it's their own property, but sometimes it's not. And what I have experienced is that that farmers doesn't care that much on soil, that's a thing, that's a long term, doesn't care that much about soil if the land is not there, or if they don't have a long-term link to
tenure. It's called tenure.
Tenure. Okay, sorry. So I have experienced this in the sense of your questions. If it's their own land and they want to preserve it and probably bring it to the next generation, they are more keen to be involved in living labs or other initiatives that have this perspective. If not, they are not so in favor of being investing hours in this part.
Also an example, but it was not on soil health. It was more about innovation on agri-food and value chains. But it will be linked to what you are saying. So we had this project called CoFresh. You can check online. And it was like, innovation through the value chain, how to involve more farmers all along the value chain innovation. And farmers were very, very interested because the other stakeholders of the value chain, such as the sellers, the other producer and everything, they were in the living lab, and so they could see the other stakeholders of the value chain, and they could express different things. It was the great opportunity to share things at this moment, whereas most of the time farmers couldn't see these people in everyday life. They couldn't talk with their partners and the stakeholders in the value chain. It was the great opportunity, so they were happy to be involved in that because there was a real interest. Yeah, we were working on sustainability of the value chain, so they wanted to be part of the co-construction, the co-building of all these ideas, and it was relevant for the farmers. We could hear their voice, and it was concrete, so it was a great motivation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have another few questions prepared for our panelists that we will go into to have a look into now. I would like to start with Vasileios. So the question that we'd like to ask you is if your role as Soil Mission Living Lab ambassador has changed your approach towards the capacity building in the regions that are relatively new to the concept of living labs, or you could say underdeveloped in the sense of living labs.
Okay, let me say this. Since I'm Greek, I would like to bring on the table Heraclitus. It's a Greek philosopher. This guy said that while I'm aging, yet I'm still learning. So this process of getting involved in living clubs, it's a transformation process for all of us, for the people that are engaged in the living clubs, for the ambassador of the living club. You start from your initial thoughts and perspectives, and you see that how these things are evolved in the process. After all, a living club is not a building with bricks on top to each other. It's actually a living organism. And the living organism evolves, adapts to new situations and into new challenges. And this needs for adapting things, it's also of critical importance in the operation of the living club. Projects such as the PREPSOIL, such as the soil project, offered, and they are still offering very valuable tools, guidelines, processes in order to do our work the best we can. Our work in the living clubs is to take advantage of these tools and customize them in order to fit our needs. This is very important for the living club. And talking about customization, I would like to just share a funny story, let's say, from the living club, practical knowledge from our side. So it's very difficult to teach an old dog new tricks. So in our case, we have farmers that are really not young farmers. They are 50 and above. So they have their perceptions, they have their own thoughts, and it's difficult to get them in a table and start making these participatory games. So from the smile, I see that we have the same situation in other areas. So I've noticed what? In one of the previous meetings, all of them had this thing in front of them, checking mails and things like that. So I thought, let's take advantage of this thing. And so we prepared this quiz with a Mentimeter and Slido and everything. Now, the challenge was to put them in action, to use it. So we got in this meeting, and in order to motivate them, so I said that we are going to use this for the quiz inside. And the first question is, because I know that we are passionate with football, the first question is, what is your favorite team? Whoa. That was the moment. That was the moment, because everybody started, how did he say that this thing is working? Because they wanted to be active. So with this kind of tips and tricks, you get them involved. And then you can follow the process. So that's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, very good. Good way to get, because I recognize this very much, that some of the things that we behind our desk thinks is a good idea and we would actually enjoy doing, but sometimes it's difficult to put yourself in the head of a 60-year-old farmer that actually thinks it's really ridiculous what we are like trying to do with them. Yeah, okay, so then I would like to go to France, to Laura. Could you explain a little bit about how your work with advisors and demonstration farms, and how you do you ensure that the innovations tested in soil-related projects actually reach and resonate with the farmers? So this is a bit related to what we were just discussing. So yes, please have the floor.
It's not easy, huh? It's not easy at all to be sure that the innovation will be adopted. And it's not easy, but from what I have seen in my job, I am working with advisors. I am project manager. I'm not advisor, but my colleagues are advisors. And from what I have seen, we need a lot of time to build this kind of trust relationship with farmers, and this is very important. We don't really think about it when we start a project, but like they've got their own life, their own work, and you are coming saying, hey, I've got a new project, it's about living labs, and they will say, what the fuck? Like, okay, I don't care. So no, really, they're like, yeah, we don't have the time for that, like, really. And so my colleagues, they facilitate all along the year a group of farmers doing trainings and organizing like different facilitation and events. And so with this kind of groups already existing, and with my colleagues' advisors, it's easier to reach the farmers because they know the advisor, they trust this advisor, and so they can speak easier with them. It's very important. So yeah, some time. We need a lot of empathy. Sorry. Because farmers, they have their own practices. They do what they do for some reasons. So, and sometimes it's very easy to say, no, this is wrong and this is not a good way, but they have their own reasons and we have to listen to them. We need some time also to do that, but it's important to understand why they do this kind of practices, what are their barriers, what are their limits, and it's more about, I don't know, like emotional and psychology things more than technical barriers, actually. It's really a question of, just talk with them and just try to just listen. This is my point of view. And also, it's very linked to the trust relationship, but in innovation projects, farmers are more and more interested if there is a share of responsibility. For instance, I was talking about Co-Fresh projects, where we tested 3 innovations all along the value chains, and farmers were very interested because they knew they will not be the only ones to do efforts. All stakeholders all along the value chain will do also efforts, not only them. It's not all on their own shoulders. and this is very important. When they see that the other stakeholders will do also efforts and they will implement different things, it's more sustainable. Yes.
Sorry, I thought I pressed it. Sorry. Yeah, so we quickly need to move on because we are running out of time. So I would like to go to Sweden. Sweden faces unique climate and soil health challenges compared to more southern regions. So how did you at all, or how did you adapt the Living Lab approach to fit this Nordic context? And what could potentially other regions learn from that?
Yeah, it's true. Sweden is facing climate change issues, and it's quite visible in soil health because some of the sites are depleting with soil organic matter, and also due to that problem, soil degradation and especially soil structural stability is deteriorating. There is also problem of soil erosion in some coastal region. But since I said before, we are focusing on soil structure and biodiversity and soil pollution and restoration. So most of our Living Lab sites has problem with soil compaction. It's due to the historical use of heavy machineries, and especially in clay and wet soil. So after the first co-creation meeting, we have discussed that there would be some possibility to implement cover crop and also use of lightweight vehicle, followed by control trafficking, and also use of different rooted crops. Yeah, all those things, and that can be also adopted in other regions as well. But Sweden also has some climatic effect here. Not really climatic, the seasonal influence of freezing and thawing on the soil structure. That could be something different from other warmer region. Season has to play a role here. But we are also facing a bit long dry spring with some extreme events and wetter autumn. That also has a problem. In some sites, we have decided to apply biochar to improve the soil porosity and have a better soil structure. And yeah, to combat with soil biodiversity loss, which is also visible and also informed by some of our partners, partner farmers. And to deal with that, we are thinking of reducing use of pesticide, and then use of biostimulants, promoting organic agriculture in some of the sites. Some of the sites are already following organic agriculture, and with the financial support to third parties, they will even scale up the organic cultivation. Also, some of the sites we know there could be some phosphorus surplus. But in our Living Lab sites, we did not identify any potential soil pollution. But maybe after the baseline survey, some pollution could be revealed. We don't know anything about that right now. So if we find some pollution, then we can apply some of the potential solution to deal with that. And coming back to Jenny's questions again from the other part, there is a close relation with soil and water, right? So, for example, we have, I know it's not from ICOSHEL's Living Lab site, but some site has phosphorus and nitrogen surplus, and that could be a problem. That's already a huge problem for Baltic Sea, for eutrophication. So those sites could use buffer strip and cover crop, and also control drainage system, which could be very potential to reduce the phosphorus load to the Baltic water and to support the other water directive framework, for example. But we need to identify the linking, how we can make a linkage with different goals, soil health plus water health together.
Okay, thank you very much. We quickly need to go to our last panelist for a question that you are with your extensive expertise on field level experimentation. If you've seen probably many other ideas than just living labs coming along. So that are maybe you could say earlier versions of the living lab approach. But how do you think those kinds of approaches can help to close the gap between research and the real world of farmers?
Yes, there is a gap, and probably the way to decrease this gap or to minimize this gap is from both sides. I mean, from farmer side and from researchers side. If I was a farmer, maybe I could tell something about what they can do, but I am more in the research side, and I think one of the ways has already been mentioned is to pay attention to what farmers are saying and are claiming. Farmers, most of them, farming is their passion, so they are always thinking, always having ideas on what they can improve all the time, and we have to hear to these ideas, and they may get ideas from their own or watching YouTube videos, as it has already been mentioned this morning, or from another places. But they have ideas, and they like to transmit it to people, either peer farmers or researchers, and so we have to pay attention on them. And one of the ways of making this possible is to have meetings, frequent meetings, not only for transfer events or for divulgation. And I don't know, to go to the field, to their field with them, it's an important thing to do, and doing it frequently, because when you are in the field, they can get your point and you can get their point easily, and there is you establish quite a friendly relationship, and is there when the ideas for co-creation became possible. I would say so. I don't know to be longer in time.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is definitely what I also experienced, at this level of trust to be together in the field and actually seeing the crops and the soil was very helpful. So as we ran out of time, I would now like to thank all of our panelists. And if you go in that direction, then you will get a nice box of chocolate from from Lina. And then I thank you very much for your contribution. And then meanwhile, I would like to also introduce Laura Nogués from Deltares, who is going to tell us a bit more about the soil startup project.
All right, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. As Saskia just introduced, my name is Laura Nogués, and I'm a researcher at Deltares. Dutch Research Institute on water and subsurface questions. And I'm here with numerous hats today. On one side, Deltaris was a project partner for the past 3 years in PREPSOIL. And looking into the future, we're also a partner in the soil project, support structure for soil health living labs. Our colleagues, Isabel and Marv, already briefly mentioned it during their presentation today. And I would like to give you a bit more information on what we're doing within this initiative and why. And yeah, perfect. As you've heard, PREPSOIL has been laying the groundwork for soil health living labs. So we have this taxonomy we've made, this model business canvas that people can use, and a toolbox with lots of different tools. But to ensure long-term impact, we need a robust support structure to anchor and amplify their use within Europe. And that's where we come in as Soil. We are a support structure for soil health living labs in the broad sense of the word. And together with the work that PREPSOIL has done, but also other projects within the Mission Soil, we hope to be a stepping stone towards the greater Mission Soil mission to set up 100 living labs and lighthouses by 2030. Who are we? I don't know where to point this to. Yeah, who are we? So we're a support structure for soil health living labs, and we aim to set up and run an effective, agile, transdisciplinary, diffuse, open and fair one-stop shop structure for everything surrounding living labs, and so to coordinate, support, enlarge, and promote the network of these 100 living labs, but also other soil health living labs. And there are 3 phases within the soil initiative. And we are currently now busy with soil startup. And soil startup is then also specifically aimed to co-design and launch the soil one-stop shop structure. And who are we doing this for? So of course the the largest target group is the Mission Soil living labs, and for these right now 45, but on the way to 100 living labs, we want to provide them with continuity, coordination, and strategic backing. But we're also a support structure for different other types of living labs. So also applicants, so these are organizations and individuals who are interested in applying to the Mission Soil. So earlier we had a question from Porto on becoming a living lab, a Mission Soil living lab possibly. So we also have a lot of support for these types of organizations. And here we provide guidance, other tools and pathways for setting up successful living labs. We're also here for other European soil health living labs which don't fall under the Mission Soil, but do align with the same targets and the same vision as Mission Soil living labs. For these ones, these living labs come in then through soil, become part of a larger network, learn from other living labs, share practices. And this is also the same for the wider soil and living lab community. Through soil, through soil they can collaborate on different opportunities and exchange on knowledge. And before I get into what we actually do with soil, there are a couple of key concepts that I'd like to present to everyone, so we all know that we're talking about the same things. Some of them is probably already known by most people, but just a bit of repetition then. And so what are we actually talking about? And living labs, as also introduced earlier today, are user-centered, place-based, and transdisciplinary ecosystems where collaborations happen between different actors. So these are either on the regional or sub-regional scale, and this co-creation, this combining of different actors is really vital within a living lab setting. And a living lab involves numerous experimentation sites, And these are really local initiatives on a farm scale or an urban site where the knowledge is tested, where the experimentations are done. And then finally, we also have lighthouses. And when we're talking about lighthouses, we're also talking about an individual site on a local level. And these are sites of exemplary performance. So these are demonstration sites for other living labs, for other initiatives to see what works well and how this comes together in practice. So a little overview. No, I would point at the screen, but there is no screen. Living labs include numerous experimental sites and can have a lighthouse as one of the sites within the living labs, but they don't necessarily need to. They are formed by the collaboration of numerous stakeholders and partners that come together. And also a small detail that lighthouses can also be external of living labs. A lighthouse can also just really be a standalone site. And the mission implementation plan has a set of criteria for the selection and setup of living labs. These are classified across 4 areas, so the aims, activities, participants, and contexts. And as also explained before, this has been done in the first work through PREPSOIL. There's a whole taxonomy on what these different criteria mean for different living labs, also based on different land uses. And also with regards to time and a lot of words on the sheet, I'm not going to dive deep into what each criteria really looks at, but this is also on our within soil. You can read more on all of this. And right now we've had the first 2 waves of mission soil living labs, and we currently have 45. In the first wave, we had the first 25 living labs, which can be seen in the top 5 colors, spread out across Europe and spread out across different land uses. And now in the second wave, there's been 20 additional living labs started up, which you can see in the dark blue dots across Europe. And with soil, we support these living labs by sharing the insights to ensure replicability and scalability of effective practices. We access them with core services, trainings, promotion, and networking to maximize their impact. And we also offer, at the beginning of the phase, more region-specific approaches that link to the mission objectives. And that then brings us to the more detailed part of this presentation on what do we actually offer then. Soil focuses on 3 different aspects. It looks at the living lab concept and methods, the more technical soil technical themes, and the transversal and cross-cutting aspects. And we combine these 3 aspects to support the wider network. And we offer the support through 6 key services, and I will briefly go through them all now. Regarding coordination and support, we help manage and coordinate the soil living lab community, ensuring clear and efficient communication and providing targeted support. So we have a database of the soil living lab projects with contact information and other key information. Project-specific points of contacts are also found within our information, and there's a centralized contact and reference point. Regarding engagement and promotion, we help enhance soil living labs engagements by fostering visibility and collaboration. So on one hand, I'm happy we saw this map in this morning's presentation also, so this is also good for the visibility. But this is a map of all the mission soil living labs, and there's also the mission soil living labs catalog, where information on all these living labs can be found. But we're also active on the promotion of achievements and news, and in engagement events, like, for example, last European, or for the European Mission Soil Week. So there we also try to actively promote the Mission Soil Living Labs. Regarding the training and capacity building, we want to support and strengthen the Soil Living Labs capacities, ensuring effective support, knowledge sharing, and long-term sustainability. So for this, the Soil Learning Journey has been created, and it offers a wide range of learning opportunities, which can be followed through either online group trainings, in-person boot camps, a help desk where you can ask questions, and the Knowledge Hub. There's also, through this knowledge sharing platforms to foster collaboration, knowledge exchange, and mutual learning. This is also done through 4 different tools of ours. So mapping of common areas with similar problems, site visits, matchmaking, and soil working groups. And the monitoring and evaluation is also a very vital aspect to ensure living labs can assess their progress and improve their approaches. And to help in this aspect, Soil has created a monitoring framework, which can be seen in this diagram. It looks at different components of the living lab, and also to help people through this monitoring progress. We also offer tools and guidance, annual evaluation of progress, reports to the Mission Soil, and individual recommendations. And finally, we also offer the Soil Hub. So this is a central web area for the Mission Soil community and to access soil services and actions. So here you can find a Living Lab Atlas with information of all the living labs, as well as pages on all the Mission Soil Living Labs and other living labs. We have the Living Lab Help Desk to ask your questions, a catalog of resources, and also a calendar of events with significant or with useful soil events coming up. And there's also the possibility for peer-to-peer exchange on the Soil Hub to learn from each other, share insights. And also this also, I'll keep it brief because it was also presented this morning, but in 2025, as Elena already said, there's going to be a call which includes 2 topics to fund living lab projects. So the first one is really focused on soil remediation and brownfield redevelopment. So these are post-industrial, post-urban sites that are now in decline, and that they want to co-develop them and test nature-based solutions for soil remediation. This is a single-stage submission with an expected contribution of about 12 million euros. And as already said this morning, the deadline is end of September this year. And the second project is on living labs for soil health in continental, boreal, and alpine regions. So this initiative is really focused on specific regions within Europe. And it's looking for the deployment of 4 to 5 living labs set up across at least 3 EU member states. And this one is a 2-stage submission, also with an expected contribution of 12 million euros. And the deadline of the first stage is the beginning of September this year, and the second stage is then the 18th of February next year. So that brings me to the journey towards 100 soil health living labs and lighthouses. So we still have quite a road to go, but 2030 is going to be here quicker than we hope. And with this approach, Soil hopes to reach our long-term vision of establishing a resilient and collaborative ecosystem that provides ongoing support for soil health living labs across the EU, within the Mission Soil, but also outside of the Mission Soil. And we hope to be a positive, have positive impact before 2030. But also ensure that living labs can continue sustainably after 2030. And we invite you to be part of the soil community and join us in realizing our vision by expanding the network. And we want to expand the network by drawing in on diverse stakeholders to then boost the impact these soil health living labs can have. And how can you do that? Well, you can fill out our stakeholder mapping form and then be able to connect with other community members. There's a QR code here, and I think there's also a QR code outside. I'm looking at my colleagues. But for any questions regarding soil, what we're doing, what we can do for you, we have a booth outside the table, also with some pamphlets and things, QR codes you can scan. And please come visit us. And then I would also want to thank you for your time and attention, and let you know that we're going to have lunch. So from 1 to 2, we'll be having lunch right in the atrium, which is, we'll just walk into it? Yeah, just walk down the alley and then on the left. All right, down the alley on the left in the atrium is where we'll be having lunch. And please be back at 5 to 2 so that we can start the third session on time. Thank you very much.
let's go for lunch. Lunch is waiting for us. Come on.
Hello. So we
Funkar det? Ja. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back after the lunch. I hope you all had some inspiring and refreshing conversations and lunch, of course, and coffee. So this is the session 3 today, and I'd like to welcome you all back. And this is where we are talking about integrating soil health across civil society and giving voice to the locals, to local action. And we will have this session, next please. We will have this session that first we will have 3 presentations from our team members of PREPSOIL, talking about different aspects that we have oh, no, I lost the words after lunch, yeah? That we have tried to reach out to new actors that we maybe not always reach out so well to in our work as policy and scientists especially. So we will have these 3 presentations, and please note your questions. We will have time for question and answers afterwards. And then we will have a panel of people from the practice side of things to join us, and we will have some questions to our panelists and additional time for questions to our presenters. So please be ready with all your difficult questions, because we need them to improve our work. So with that, I would like to introduce Kristina Lundström from SLU to have our first presentation today. Please, Kristina.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I'm a researcher working at the SLU in Sweden, and I will speak a bit about reaching multiple actors for co-learning in soil health. And our starting point was the Mission Soil Objective number 8, improve soil literacy in society. So PREPSOIL have explored multiple actors and the engagement for soil health to inform possible action. And I will speak about 2 groups. We have worked a bit with the students and youth, and the other group is advisory for soil health and land planning in agriculture, urban and forestry. So I will start with the first one, engaging youth and students in soil health. So we have worked with this with contributions from 6 countries: Sweden, Netherlands, Norway, Italy, Poland and Spain, and with a broad range of organizations. And what we have done, we have had those open calls for best teaching practices in soil education, because we wanted to have examples of teaching practices that could engage and inspire teachers around Europe in working with soil health with their pupils and students. So now on the PREPSOIL website, we showcase 21 good examples on soil health pedagogy. And it's from primary, secondary and vocational training schools, and from those 7 countries. And it's ranging from practical, theoretical and artistic, as well as outdoor, classroom and lab examples. It's from a few hours or a single lesson to a whole season of work in the school. And all of them, I would say, are trying to engage multiple senses among the young people. And if you want to read more, we have those best teaching practices on the PREPSOIL website. And a little bit of our experiences and recommendations. We have really experienced that to reach out for teachers, you need to use communication channels for teachers, otherwise they will not find what your good examples or your inspiring things you have. We need to cooperate with those actors that already have contacts with teachers, because they trust them, they are channels that they already use, and that will be much more effective. And also the starting point would be curriculums and other guiding documents that teachers need to that steer their work and make them choose what to do. And of course, we should seek cooperation with actors and projects with the same interest. And when we start, we need to see what others already have done. So that was the first part in my presentation. And the second part, when we have worked with soil health in agriculture, forest, and urban sectors. We have made a survey in 7 countries to actors influencing soil discourse in those sectors and in those countries. And those people are working with advisory, with authorities, and land use planning, among others. Because when you go to the urban sector, there are a huge, broad group of people working with soil and influencing the soil discourse, we thought. This too, we have 7 countries and a lot of organizations involved. And as you can see, I don't know if I can point with this, but you see the little table up here. We have the green ones and the red ones and the orange ones, and unfortunately we have problems in the forest sector in some countries, and it's not a very big survey. The most interesting thing is that it's the same survey in all those countries and 3 land uses. So our starting point for this survey was that the mission soil want us to go from, as we saw it, from soil fertility and using and thinking about and focusing on mostly one ecosystem service, production or so, to going to soil health and a broad range of ecosystem services, and to consider the soil as a living ecosystem. So in this survey, we explained what soil health was and what we meant with soil health and different ecosystem services. And that was the starting point in the survey, so all of the respondents would know what we wanted them to respond to. And we also asked them about how they thought about this 60 or 70% of European soils that are not in a good condition. So that was also a starting point for the respondents when they started to answer the survey. So one of the statements that we let the respondents answer was, the sector that I work in already uses soil health as a concept. And as you can see, you can have the agriculture sector to the left, the forest in the middle, and the urban sector to the right. And they can choose from strongly disagree to strongly agree. So we have differences between the sectors, and the least agreement is in the urban sector. But most of them thought it was relevant, that soil health was relevant. Another statement that we asked, or we stated, was to what extent would an adoption of the soil health concept in the sector imply a mind shift concerning soil? And then you can see they had to choose between not at all and a scale to a very large extent. And very many thought that it would change, it would imply a mind shift concerning soil as they thought it. So going from soil fertility to soil health is not done so easily. We need to work with it, as we have already discussed here today. And from this kind of survey, we also got some experiences and recommendations. And due to the survey respondents, all sectors require to share knowledge about how to better assess and improve soil health. Even in agriculture, they asked for this. They wanted to have information about soil health and the meaning of soil health in their context and specific sector. And what I work with, what does soil health mean to me in my work? And they want this to ensure clear governance, avoid counterproductive regulations and subsidies. So if we are seriously want all those sectors and all those actors to work with a soil health perspective, we have some work to do still. And if you want to read this report, it's on the, you can find it on the website, I think. Yes. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. So save your questions. We will come back to Christina. And now I would like to hand over to Tuve Ortman from NIBIO to talk about how we reach those citizens and other people working with soil health. Please.
Yes, thank you. Like Jenny said, I am Tove Ortman from NIBIO in Norway, and I'm working as a researcher there, and I have been working with the task of engaging citizens across Europe as agents of transition for soil health advocacy. And our task were really to engage stakeholders, and the way we did this was to find the already interested citizens and let them tell about their knowledge and their experiences, and then hopefully that would trickle down towards other farmers and other gardeners, for example. So we identified citizens that were already engaged and knowledgeable about soil health, so we use two terms here, communities of practice and soil advocates, and I'll come back to that. It's a bit theoretical, but it's basically about groups and single persons. And we did this by interviewing them and filming that with more than 80 different gardeners, farmers, researchers, school teachers, forest workers, and many more, talking about soil health and how they work with soil health. And here we have an example from Norway. I'm afraid many of my pictures will be from Norway, but we have had partners from across all the PREPSOIL countries. And through these meetings, we were able to facilitate discussions and interactions with these communities of practice in an informal way. We had hoped to formalize it more, but it turned out that it was not so easy as we had hoped. So I'll come back to that as well. But first, these terms that we've been using. And this is going to be, like I said, a bit theoretical, and it is after lunch, so I'm sorry about that. But communities of practice is basically defined as a group of people who share a concern or a passion for something that they do and learn how to do it better as they interact regularly. So that is a group of stakeholders learning together, while soil advocates is then more single persons with a strong engagement for soils. And that might be, for example, a soil researcher, a soil expert, but it might also be a farmer. The categories here are quite overlapping, really. You might talk to a soil expert, but they are usually involved in many different kind of networks. But these are sort of, so you know the background to these. And to go even more in depth here about the theory about communities of practice, this is actually a way of learning. So it's a theory of learning where you share a joint enterprise which would be soil health then in different sectors. And you also share a way of addressing soil health, for example, by cover crops or by no-till or that kind of thing. And then you also share a mutual engagement through a community, through a group. You interact and meet regularly. So actually what these groups are, they are potential living labs. So these are actually, we have in a way been mapping and advertising soil health to a lot of actors that could potentially be living labs or just add to knowledge about soil health. And the way we went about to find these engaged citizens varied a bit across our partner countries. Many of us used the EGP Soil National Hubs. Here's a picture of the part of the Norwegian National Hub. because that's a place where a lot of sort of soil stakeholders meet. We were also contacting Living Lab initiatives, because that's, again, also already groups that are working together about soil health. We also used ongoing research projects that had been doing research sort of on farm or with citizen science. But we also used sort of our own networks, or advisors networks, soil associations, and many other ways of finding these stakeholders. And when we had made video interviews, we have collected all these on our website, on PREPSOIL TV, and on our YouTube channel. And there we have 9 European countries and many different perspectives. And we have also, to extra focus a few communities of practice, we have described 20 community of practice groups in details and added contact details on our website as well. And what we found through our work within this ambition was really to see that there is a strong engagement about soil and soil health across Europe. It is there, especially we found in agriculture and in urban land types. It was extra easy, really, to find people. There would be farmers group, advisors group, or urban gardening initiatives usually. It was usually in the urban scale. Kristina was telling us that was sort of perhaps not so established with soil health, but among the urban gardening groups, we found a lot of engaged stakeholders. We only managed to identify 2 communities of practice within forest. This was difficult for us. Might perhaps be that we come from, not from forestry backgrounds, but we also tried to get our colleagues within forestry to help us, but it was really difficult to find these kind of groups in forest contexts. And instead, we found that agroforestry was a way to include trees and semi-natural natural systems and also forestry systems. So we did manage to interview a few agroforestry communities of practice. And experiences and challenges we had through the way was really that community of practice groups are quite dynamic. They might change. They're not always organized. They can be quite informal. They can be a neighborhood of farmers working together without a formal structure. And this makes it more difficult to connect and contact. But we also found that many of the initiatives were actually already organized. They had some kind of connection, for example, to an NGO or to some other kind of association. They could, for example, have met through a research project and then carried on networking. So usually we could find a connecting point, for example, an advisor or a really engaged farmer. And but in some cases, it was basically just a farmer and the neighborhood and them learning together. But really, like I said, within this task and our work, we have then managed to meet these kind of already engaged groups of persons that spread, that already are active within soil health, and we were able to spread knowledge and encourage exchange of knowledge relevant for mission soil. And we were also constantly sort of discussing transformation of communities of practice to living labs or lighthouses. So I believe that these meetings have been an important part of our work. And some recommendations to end this, based on our intensive filming that is actually still going on, is that a success criteria was to interact with these diverse active groups on their own conditions, that you need to have a time and place, and also the effort must be realistic. For example, if a farmer or a gardener is not paid, you cannot expect too much, really. So you have to sort of do this on conditions that suits the persons that you are interacting with or inviting to a meeting, for example. And we have found really that it is a very good place to start with these already engaged and interested groups of persons that they are already there, they're already doing good work, And they are an immense resource that we have a possibility to collaborate with. And often they already have national and international networks, but it's usually quite related to the practice that they're working with. For example, permaculture. If you're working with permaculture, you usually have networks within permaculture's sectors, but perhaps not with other stakeholders working with other kind of practices. And finally, in working with stakeholders and groups like this is quite challenging. It requires effort and incentive, and the stakeholders need something to motivate them to take part. And we're hoping that the Living Lab networks might provide such an opportunity. And actually, we've seen these towards the end that stakeholders get more and more interested in taking part because Mission Soil is more and more well known, and it's interesting to take part. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you very much, Tuve, for telling us about the experience and the learnings about citizens' organizations, formal or informal. So finally, I'll invite Valeria Fetisova from Trust IT to give us the last presentation before we go into the panel. Please.
Thank you. Hello everyone, yes, I'm Valeria Fetisova, I'm Trust IT Services. We are based in Pisa and we've been the communication dissemination, also the website development partner within PREPSOIL. And well, today I want to present you a bit of what we have done, but also maybe some thoughts, some recommendations on what we've learned. And I'm not going, of course, to emphasize here the importance of soil literacy, because I think most of the audience here is much more knowledgeable of how crucial it is to improve soil literacy across Europe. However, maybe what's important that we actually know really we all focus on in our work from different aspects is to improve access to information, so to scientific information, and make sure to understand in which ways we can transmit this information, researchers' outputs, recommendations in the right accessible way to the different stakeholders that we have. So when it comes to soil literacy, of course, there has been different aspects also within our project, within PREPSOIL, to it, on how to improve it in schools, take some best practice from schools and promote them, some aspects of citizen science, and raising awareness of soil health challenges, and also the soil assessments that has been done within PREPSOIL. But it all at the end starts with providing more accessible channels on how to disseminate this information and these outputs. So one important question probably is to understand which channels are used, how people actually find reliable and relevant information, and especially trustworthy sources, resources that are produced by scientists, as it was also in our case. And there are, of course, different tools initiatives that are producing different tools, and especially digital tools. And at PREPSOIL, we developed 2 of them with the aim to decrease the barriers to the resources, find an engaging way to actually share information, and promote soil literacy in a different way within our mission. And what is important, we especially focused on being user-friendly, so understanding how actually users are accessing information, how it will be easier for them to learn about soils, and actually integrate it, let's say, in the daily life. So what we developed is the PREPSOIL Knowledge Hub and PREPSOIL mobile app. So the PREPSOIL Knowledge Hub is a one-stop shop to explore resources about soil in different languages. And it's multi-language, which means that we actually encouraged to collect resources in all European languages and from different sources. It can be organizations, institutions, EU projects. And throughout the life of the PREPSOIL project, we achieved to collect 283 resources in 13 European languages in different formats, which means that this Knowledge Hub now has publications, videos, policy briefs, fact sheets, websites, and that can be filtered by some filters that we believe are actually important for users. It can be students, it can be researchers, it can be policy makers. So we actually sit down and we thought about, if I'm this type of stakeholder, what is important for me? So is it a soil mission objective? Is it a land use type? Am I looking for example, we heard today about the urban soils, urban land type soils, and that is actually not much discovered. So this could be a very nice way to actually find some resources about this specific topic. So as you can see, who can benefit? We tried to make it as inclusive as possible and not target, for example, only policymakers or only researchers, only students, and to try to benefit a large audience. And we try to make it open, so any organization, any institution, individual, so a researcher, can actually suggest these resources to the Knowledge Hub. And I kindly invite you also you have the QR code here to scan it. It's also accessible through mobile phone. And have a look on how it works, and if you can find actually a resource that you haven't seen before. And another tool that we developed is the PREPSOIL mobile app, which again here accessible to this QR code, both for iPhones and Androids. And it's another tool to engage citizens. So our initial scope was to actually provide a tool for citizen science, which is not very easy, as we understood from the beginning. However, we developed this concept of a soil quest to try to make citizen science easy and engaging. So how does it work? Any organization, any institution, Living Lab, for example, can go on this app and create a quest. For example, can ask citizens to provide some information on their soils, on the soils in their region, or a picture, to take a picture of the soil in the forest next to them. So anything that can be of their interest, and then users that have the mobile app and are in that region will receive a notification that there is a soil quest, and they can actually contribute to share knowledge on soils by themselves. So of course there is no high expectation of very accurate scientific information that's shared by citizens, but it's a playful way. It's a playful way to make a complex topic also a bit more engaging and accessible to everyone. And also through the mobile app, then we integrated the tools that we have, so the Knowledge Hub with all these publications, policy briefs, academic studies, right, about soils, the Living Labs map, the PREPSOIL TV, where we have the videos from the communities of practice, where citizens then can discover other materials to learn about soil. And so this is also another invitation. Also on 12th June, we will have a webinar. Since today I don't have too much time to talk about the mobile app, but we will have a webinar where we will also present some of the quests that have been created. So we warmly invite you to join us online and hear more about the PREPSOIL mobile app. So since time is running out, of course, these are only 2 tools, and they have been developed within the time frame that we've been given with the PREPSOIL project. Unfortunately, it's not lasting longer, but there are so many other, of course, also initiatives that are developing other valuable tools. And these are very humble recommendations of how maybe to continue, first of all, develop digital tools, because we need to go hand in hand with the technological development. Also, when it comes to scientific topics, when it comes to research on soil, it is important then to understand if, for example, today it was mentioned that farmers are going to YouTube to watch videos to then acquire knowledge there. Well, we need to be then also user-centric, citizen-centric. We need to understand, not try to reinvent the wheel and force them to do to feed them information in other ways, but maybe then consider the tools that they're already using, or produce at least tools that are maybe easy to use for them. Then also, yes, ensure long-term impact. So to refine these digital tools, different channels, and try to integrate them also between projects and other projects also developing tools so it's avoid fragmentation to actually have, since we have common objectives to leverage all these tools and understand how we can integrate them and create a shared strategy, because then projects or initiatives then are ending and some tools may die even though they collected, for example, a great community already of people who are interested and are using them. So this has to be very, there has to be a vision after all these efforts that have been put to attract citizens, farmers, students, researchers to care about these topics and help us in this mission. So thank you, and I welcome any question that you might have.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers here, and maybe we can give them a little... Somebody turned me off. Thank you very much. So I will invite our panelists to join us here on the stage. So let's see here, we have Sonia, we have Fernando Coelho, Primoz Simončić, and I struggled with that name, and Francesco Molinari, please. Can you please join us here? And we'll move to the... We have 2 chairs on this side, please. We want a little bit of a mix, if we can. So thank you very much for joining us here today, and we will continue on our topic here around how to engage and what can be done to give a voice to local actions and reach a deeper level of engagement of all actors in society. Because here we heard three examples of what has been achieved in PREPSOIL. So I will start with Primoz, please, but first a brief introduction. Primoz, could you just tell us what is your key work related to advancing soil health? 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm coming from Forestry Institute from Ljubljana, but I'm working in field of soil ecology. And last year, I'm a coordinator of Interreg program about the soils in Alpine area. That means that is somehow related to this topic. In forestry, we have some a little bit some topics which are not very expressed on this today. It's more about the productivity of soils as a soil function. So, and then we have soil erosion problems, and we have acidification, which is less expressed in our problems. Acidification because of the monoculture spruce forests. In the case of the project which I'm working on, it's about the sustainable soil management practices and how to use in Alpine area. So we would like to collect the good practices of tools of sustainable soil management and then tested them on 12 pilot areas. And the last part is more orientated to dissemination part, where we have this capacity building and at the end also the how to spread the knowledge.
Thank you very much. That was more than a minute. I'll have to do better on my timekeeping. So I'll move to Sonia. Thank you so much. Sonia, please, you're leading a mission soil project, CurioSoil. Please tell us short.
Yes, I'll try to be brief. So thank you for the opportunity. So CurioSoil, we are following up the steps of PREPSOIL, particularly regarding raising soil literacy through education. and we are focusing both in formal and non-formal education. And like we have heard already about the teaching practices from PREPSOIL, we hope to follow up on this. We realize from the contacts we are having with teachers is that there is a highly motivated community of teachers in Europe. They are just lacking time and resources. So it's our job also, we feel, to help them, both in preparing resources, and the Knowledge Hub from PREPSOIL is already a very good starting point, and having resources that teachers from different types of areas, STEAM education, can ready for use, and also training opportunities for teachers how to teach about soils. And similarly, we see that there is a very large community of people from non-formal education initiatives all around Europe, which are again highly motivated. And we hope through Curious Soil to also help them and to create materials, and particularly through our community of practice. And we can talk a little bit later how our community of practice can somehow also follow up what your community of practice is.
Thank you so much, Sonia. It's just so interesting. It's hard to break in. I would like to move also, Fernando, please, could you just tell us shortly?
So, LIPAR, it's a waste management association of 8 municipalities of Greater Porto. And it produces Nutrimais, that is a compost that is produced from selective collection from these 8 municipalities. We are doing it since 2005, and we produce an amount about 10,000 tons per year, managing 60,000 tons of food waste and green waste every year. So we promote in our society this selective collection, but nevertheless we do more and much more. And one of the greatest projects that we have is or are the 60 or more than 60 community gardens that we manage in the 8 municipalities. And to have a 25 meter square of soil to produce their vegetables, they are obliged to make the training course on composting and organic farming. So every time on the day we receive a call of these little farmers asking us why they have earthworms inside the compost bin. And this is our work every day. And we have to say that is normal. It's working. So keep on doing what you are doing. Thank you.
It's real, true practice in action. So finally, I would like to also invite our final panelist here. Francesco Molinaro, you're also working with the Mission Soil Project.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for having me here today. I'm the project manager of Humus. And the key word on our side, I think we should become more and more familiar with it, because I see it mentioned also in the new work program that was just launched a few days ago as an invitation to give continuity to our experience. And the key word is territorial management agreement. We didn't invent it. It was coming from an existing experience in the region of Tuscany. Actually, the Humus Consortium is coordinated by the Association of Tuscan Municipalities, gathering about 300 small and medium-sized municipalities from the region of Tuscany. And it was an initiative of the regional government having to do with the intention to give incentives to fasten the pace of transformation of agricultural activities from the old-fashioned way to the new, based on biological and, let's say, sustainable agricultural products through local agreements. This is the territorial management concept, which involve stakeholders from all relevant parts of the economy and society, something that in another context we might want to name participatory governance, maybe, or participation, people's engagement into public decision making. But the key word there is territorial management agreement, and we are delivering 34 of them as the main, although not only product that we are delivering until the end of the project's lifetime, which is the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a new exciting terminology coming in here today. So I would like to continue here on Francesco and Fernando, because you work in, and maybe come back to some of the presentations that we heard here. So you work with in the urban spaces, if I understand correctly. And one of the things that was found by the survey that Christina mentioned was that in the urban spaces, the survey respondents, they didn't really relate to the terminology soil health. Could you say how do you work with soil health in your projects and in your initiatives? And do you use other terminology? How do you anchor the idea of soil health with your communities? Would you like to start? Yeah, please.
So we work with lots of different kinds of public, with the kids on the schools to businesses and corporations. And we have different tools that we apply. We have a certification that is the Green Heart or Coração Verde, that they can apply, and we work different things with them, and one of these is biodiversity and also reducing of consumption of waste, of waste production. And in this case, we we give this certification if they apply this sustainable way of managing their places. So we have more than 400 certified enterprises, and this is a way they can understand what they have to do to contribute to health in the soil. But not just this thing. We have also an academy and a strategy on communication. We have more than 40 people in the total of 200 people working on communication and environmental awareness. So we are dispersed in different kinds of projects at schools, at institutions, but we have also an environmental education center with a farm there where they can make and produce vegetables there, and they can see the soil that is sustainable, maintained, and they can understand why we have to maintain the soil healthy. Sometimes we promote, and in this case, in the latest environmental tools that we produced, we talked about soil biodiversity. So with microscopes and some games, they can understand that in the soil we need life working. We also try to promote agroforestry techniques, so they can imagine the life that we cannot see beneath. So these are the tools that we are trying to implement. We have lots of projects and trying to adapt the language, but I think some of the community understands, but we still have lots of work to do on this thing.
Thank you so much. So I'll move over to Italy and how do you communicate soil health? Because as we saw in our results, that wasn't really used so commonly.
I think the previous speakers more or less covered the whole of the possible issues and approaches to tackling those issues. What we can add as a differential aspect coming from our experience is not only from Italy. There are 2/3 of the member states involved in our 34 pilot sites, including Ukraine, Israel, North Macedonia, countries that are not yet members of the European Union. Out of this wide and diversified set of experiences, of course, not all of them aligned time-wise in terms of quality and quantity of results, but that's another story. It's our own project management challenge. But what we can add as a common trait is the concept of working for a purpose, which is peculiar for those of you who are familiar maybe from other contexts with the principles of public participation in the sense of civic engagement in public decision-making. It's a lot about giving sense, giving a meaning to the reason why we are starting this joint trail towards achieving the goal of this territorial management agreement, which is basically a set of reciprocal commitments that all the parties involved respectively take to give a direction to the possible solution of the existing problems. Giving a purpose to this means that most of the approaches in terms of communication and also explanation of the gravity of some issues become an integral part of the ownership, of the acquisition of ownership for the situation being experienced locally. And therefore, they tend to work better and better the smaller the size of a community, which is also another element of complication, because the more you go small, the worse you will stay in terms of finding commonalities. But I believe that, at least from our experience, the small locations are working comparatively better than the bigger ones, although our project nominally addresses both the local and the regional authorities as targets for our initiatives, which are a lot about promotion of the issue and also promotion of a proactive attitude of public decision makers towards solving some outstanding problems thanks to the engagement of the relevant stakeholders and, in some cases, civil society representatives in a number of activities like those that were outlined by many presenters before me.
Thank you very much. I would like to turn to Sonia, because you have a project with a fantastic challenge and building the next generation of soil experts and soil awareness people and citizens. And so how do you work in your project with trying to really get that attention that is needed to maybe take it and become a new soil awareness citizen?
Well, in our case, we start from this notion of raising soil curiosity. That's our main goal, and we are trying to create connections between people and soils by raising their curiosity about soils, and we are following a multisensorial approach to that. So in our General Assembly, for example, we had a multisensorial workshop. So we are working, developing what we call a soil curiosity kit, in which we have tools that go from tasting soils, touching soils, smelling soils, video. So leveraging the 5 senses to create these connections. We will implement 2 interactive exhibitions with a lot of experiments related again to the 5 senses. And what we are realizing is that because our main target groups are students, that go from primary education, secondary, but also tertiary education. But what we see across all these ages is that once the students actually start touching the soil and going outside, it's much easier for them to create connections and to actually start learning about specific notions that are important about soil health and understanding the different services and the role of soils in biodiversity, in climate, in water, whatever. Once we bring the children and the students outside and actually make them touching, smelling, even eating a little bit of soil.
I'm trying in my mind to harmonize with Valeria's presentation on how to embrace digital tools to communicate, but we'll get back to that later, I think. So Primos, I would like to ask you one question that I come from a country with a lot of forests. Oh, oops. You can't cut me. Before I ask the question, I come from a country with a lot of forest as well, and again, we sometimes struggle really to talk about the forest soils, and you yourself, you just mentioned like, yeah, it's about the carbon budget and acidification and all sorts of things. So how do we speak about, who do we engage with to talk about soils in forest areas?
Yeah, mostly forest owners, associations of forest owners. Then the public service experts who are working, these are local foresters. They need more education about the soils, knowledge. But this is, maybe it's interesting for you to tell that I was present in maybe 15 to 20 years, each year workshop for foresters about the soils and stands. I give every year, after the workshop, I asked them what was fine, what was bad, and they never mentioned soil. They mentioned flowers, clear air, butterflies, and so on, but not the soil. In last 5 years, they change, so they slowly start to think also about the soils, which need to be a part of forest management planning, which is necessary. To use the soils also for the productivity of forests.
Thank you so much. I would like to open here. Do we have some questions for our presenters and panelists? I hope you have a little bit spiked interest. Well, we have no questions to the speakers? No? Okay, I'll continue. I have lots of questions. I think we have a fantastic group here, because you're like really a mix of the challenges that some of our research or some of our activities in PREPSOIL has really found. So I would like maybe to continue on that sort of a little bit of not so well aligned. Sonia saying, you go out, you take out the people, you do it in practice in your urban allotments, and then you get and you spike people's interest. And Valeria, you say that you got to embrace the digital tools, and we heard earlier that we should always try the Menti with football teams to start getting people engaged. So I would like to, Valeria, how do you think, when you hear these examples here about going out and touching in practice and maybe have demos, how do you think we harmonize these different pathways to engage with people?
Well, first of all, I think it was actually a very interesting approach, and I think even eating soil and touching soil, that's maybe sometimes more interesting than watching a video. But I think, of course, it has to be in balance, so both ways are very valuable, and it's about, I think, understanding in which stakeholders, what channels they're using and what exactly you want to transmit. If it's about, I don't know, spiking interest probably in primary, secondary school, that's one thing, and those methods are incredible, because they're they bring emotions, actually, memories and interest. But for example, maybe for some farmers, right, we are saying about some other different tools. They already touched the soil, they already seen the soil. And, but maybe we can share some recommendations through the other channels, through some targeted videos. Or so I think it's about the integration of these both methods and clearly understanding what do these people need. Different people, different groups, what do they need? And how we can provide them information without actually forcing them to read documents they don't actually want to read or to use channels they don't actually use. I don't know if you want actually to add maybe your perspective on this.
Please, Sonia.
Well, first, just a quick comment. Earlier, Saskia was saying that we need a polar bear or Leonardo DiCaprio. I actually think we need Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo to talk about soils. From our morning's discussion, I think we need someone like them to say a few words about the importance of soils, and then it will... Yeah.
George Clooney.
Yes. Yes.
I agree that also the soil in the football pitch.
Yeah, so now going back to our real world. So, yeah, of course, depending on the target group, we do need to have specific tools and how to reach out to them. We are also in Curious Soil at the moment running a soil literacy assessment, like a large scale, to understand at different ages and levels what are the actual levels of soil literacy of people in Europe, from different groups, from different regions, from different perspectives, different contexts. And from there, I think this can really help us to fine-tune the tools that we will be developing. Of course, there are already quite a lot of experiences and tools out there that we need to, and we have seen that there are quite a lot of good material that has been produced in different languages. And I think this is a topic maybe that we will discuss after, the fact that to actually be able to connect with people, in many cases we need to talk to them in their own language, and to be able to have these tools and these materials, even if these are digital tools, we are preparing a virtual tour of the World Soil Museum exhibition and the World Soil Museum, which is in the Netherlands. We will make these available through a virtual tour using an app that we are developing in Curious Soil. But it's very important that for these tools to be used, to actually also be in different languages and be available to different publics, and to be adapted to the different public. Storytelling is also an important role here. We just need to be able to understand what are the narratives that we want to propose to people, and how to adapt these to the different contexts, whether it is also through digital media as well. Thank you. I'll move over.
Can I speak? Okay, thank you. Relating to the older public, all the people that are on the ground, little farmers, big farmers, owners of forestry lands, we saw in these 20 years working with little farmers that they need to see on the ground working the methods, because in the beginning they didn't. We produce compost, we want to sell it, so we publicize our product, and we had to show them that it worked. They understood that that it worked, and now they are doing that. In the case of the forestry lands, we are thinking in the Serras de Valongo, that is the life project that we are, to make a place that they can see the agroforestry working, so they can change, and they can see that it's just not growing eucalyptus to produce paper, for example, that they can do and adopt other techniques, and the soil will benefit also. So we have to show them, we have to make these places, these labs, so they can see it working.
Thank you very much. Tuva.
Yes, I really agree there. I think the lighthouse aspects of the Living Lab projects will become very important to illustrate for people who actually are doing something to see. But another thing I was thinking about when I heard you speak is this thing, what we notice when we talk to these small communities of practice based on local and regional levels, is that there might be interaction with international groups or national groups even, but it's usually very restricted to the way that you go about. It's in pipelines. It's like conservation, agriculture, it's permaculture, it's agroforestry or something. I think it will be very interesting to see how you take many stakeholders together and form a community of practice that is broader than just sort of one single practice in a region that can sort of overarch. I think it was something that I think we had an ambition to try to incorporate in PREPSOIL, but it just became too difficult to incentivize stakeholders, and that will be really interesting to see.
Thank you very much, Tuva. So, Primoz, so here's a challenge, especially then coming back to the forest, because they are intergenerational and you don't really see a difference. Like a crop you can see over a season, but for forest it's a little bit different. So how are you thinking about reaching out about soil health in terms of these land use systems?
Somehow we are living in time where the big disasters are happening in the forests. So, and there we need a lot of investment in forests, new investment and preparation of soils. What was not the case in the past in so large areas in Europe. So that means that it's a little bit easier to come to the owners and say, okay, sorry, but we need to that and that and that with soils. We need such kind of management. We need to change the old policy. And so also with species which change soil properties in partly. So that means that we have this kind of tool which is helping us. And of course, if you say the old forester, soil health, they say, what's wrong with you? What you are speaking about. So you need to translate this kind of, let's say, term to the term which you understand, and then he will support, of course. So there's a lot of ways how to do that, and mostly we need to influence the forest management planners to change and finally to introduce also the soil topic into the planning system.
Thank you very much. I would like to once again look out over the room and see if we have some questions emerging here to our speakers. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Jenny van der Kolk from the Netherlands. I'm really impressed by all the tools and stuff that are already available. But for me, the question is, how long will it take before, before it will be taken up by the citizens or the landowners or whoever? Last Friday, I was at a meeting in the Netherlands, and there was a lady from the water board there, and what she said struck me. She said, "We have to act now, because otherwise the problems, to solve the problems in agriculture, in climate, in soil and water management will raise sky high." So do we have time to wait before citizens or whatever our stakeholders will use these tools for soil management?
Is there some particular panelist you would like to answer?
No. It's more general, but this is because
I could.
Your mic.
question. Okay, you need to put on the board all the people who are interested to solve the problem. So you need the landowners, the municipalities, the public services, or some others, water planners and forest planners, or crop. So there's you need to put together and start with talks and negotiation, because and biodiversity, we always forgot biodiversity. So, and you need to start to negotiate and to make some solutions in that ways. We do that for forest planning. So we put everybody together and sit one day to the end of the negotiation, because there are different interests how to solve the problem. And probably you could solve with this, but not always.
Tuve?
Yes, I think for our part, for the 80 or more stakeholders that we met, we've really met the enthusiasts, the sort of forerunners. And I think for all farmers or all urban gardeners to apply these methods, it must be, especially if you're a professional, it must be economically viable, and it must be encouraged by policy. And in order for broader uptake, and then the knowledge must be there. People must learn how to do it. So that's the.
Thank you. Any questions?
If I can just add.
There's on the same topic. Yeah. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, and probably just to complement what you said, it's of course there is not much time. I mean, the issue is urgent, but also the thing, these tools is also a way to raise interest in the people who are completely without knowledge on these issues. And unfortunately, it's the vast majority, especially on soil issues, and especially students and young people. And so without, I think, all these tools and also interactive ways, new methods, it would be very difficult to reach new audiences.
Yes, of course, Casino. I have one eager speaker over there, please.
No? We must start with the enthusiastic and engaged people, but also with those who can see the problem. So if I have a problem, I'm always more interested in solving it. That was everything.
Hi there. Yeah, I just was thinking I would like to challenge a bit the narrative. This idea of like the polar bears or the Greta Thunberg and all that, I feel like that is a consequence of raising climate literacy that started like 50 or 60 years ago. Like, I'm aware of it because as a society, the IPCC has been coming out, scientists have been talking about it, actors have been talking about it, and now it's becoming serious policy. And I'm just wondering if that works within the framework of the soil mission, which has 5 years length. And I'm just wondering, open to the panel, like, is that a bit the goal? Like, hopefully in a few generations, we reach to a similar position where you've got Greta Thunberg exists because of the inactivity of like 40 or 50 years, right? So yeah, I'm wondering, is that really the way forward? Because that requires so much literacy building for so many decades. And then I would say, why is there not more urgent framing around this, like an existential crisis or the food security or the resilience? It seems to be much more focused on like schools teaching kids how to be more informed, and therefore policy advisors and policies will eventually exist. So I'm just curious, is this a tension you feel that exists within your living labs between the immediate urgencies? Or, yeah, I don't know. I'm waffling at this point. I don't know. Please, panel, respond to what you feel comfortable with. Thank you.
I might have to call some other experts in the room here for that question. That was a big question before coffee. Is anybody willing to provide a perspective? Yes.
Yeah, I might try.
Yeah, Sonia, so we have also a response from other speakers here.
Yeah, so very quickly. Yeah, we are talking about different levels here, clearly. So thinking about the future and raising soil literacy like it was done in ocean literacy, for example, or climate-related or biodiversity aspects. So in the medium long term, and I think the pathway that is being guided by the soil mission has a crucial role here. But at the same time, yes, the experience that we have, particularly through our community of practice in the 15 countries and the discussions that we are having, and the term community of practice is being used by many projects, maybe in different contexts, but just to put it in general, we do feel that there is already a growing interest by many people from different sectors, and we need to leverage this momentum. It's our responsibility not to deceive these people that is already starting to understand, and to also make these people the messengers for other people and more people and more people to come. So it is our responsibility with the tools, the resources, the funds that we have available to help this movement growing, because it is growing from the ground, literally. At least it's our experience and our feeling so far.
Thank you. Francisco, you had a comment to this.
Yes, thank you. I believe we have to draw a distinction between what we name usually awareness raising and what is preparatory to public decisions and public actions. And in so doing, I would also keep the distinction between short-term and long-term, knowing that there is an old managerial principle that if you provide short-term solutions to long-term problems or vice versa, you are very likely to end up into a mess. The point I'm trying to make is that we certainly have the issue to go beyond the 1% of the population that is aware of the gravity of soil-related issues in Europe or worldwide. But I might add to that, for example, the 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in global temperature, which it was our promise to keep under control, and nobody is acting effectively in that direction. And for me, it's even a bigger risk we are all running, especially the new generation. So from that point of view, every tool is welcome, and every action is welcome to raise awareness, particularly those actions addressing the younger generations. But this is a long-term commitment, which incidentally is very appropriate to be supported by public money, by taxpayers' money. My taxes, I would be happy to see them increasing the support to these kind of activities instead of warfare and so on. The other point is decision-making. I think we must agree first that the problem that we are nicely describing at the European level unfortunately cannot find a solution at the European level, and probably not even at the member state level. It is a problem of land management, which is, according to the legislative framework that Europe has, must be handled and probably tackled, if not solved, at the regional and local level. So here we have another kind of awareness-raising initiative which we have to plant the seeds for. And it is something addressing decision makers. Which decision makers? Those elected through democratic processes. That is a completely different story, and all the tools that we have been talking about, they are only indirectly supporting this alternative definition of awareness raising, which is far more complex, especially because it goes into the varieties, the extreme complexities of the political processes, especially at the local level in 27 or more so different cultures before then political systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Primos, short now.
Short, yeah. Short, but it's important what you say because I'm following the LULUCF land use change in Europe and in my country. I see big changes also in storage in carbon in trees. Almost all countries in EU, it's like falling down the storage of carbon above ground. But below ground is now the question, what will happen? So we need to think and to make policies and to think about what will be the solution about the soils. And I agree with both of you. From your aspect, what you say about we need to use the time now because it's really the best for the soil and to changes. And of course, we need to raise the awareness. What does it mean for ecosystems? Because soils are ecosystems. They are living lab. So they are like living organisms. And if we have these problems with changes of temperature and everything, then we are looking to do something with these living labs, living soils.
Thank you very much. That was a nice comment, but I will ask all our panelists for a final comment, and this is a classic. So what will you do different after our conversation today? So, Fernando.
So, what can we do different? We are very influenced in the 8 municipalities of the Greater Porto because they are the stakeholders. It is 1 million people. So in our strategy, we have already defined goals to carbon, climate change, biodiversity. Maybe it's time also to make one to soil. I think directly just for soil. Nevertheless, we are working for a long time with the health of the soil.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Primoz, what will you do differently when you leave today?
First, I would like to thank the organizers to be here and to hear everything about PREPSOIL, and it's really helping me for future work. I must say that almost all tasks are important also for the project where I'm working on. And I hope that the knowledge which you put together will stay the day after the project ends, and that it will be available somehow, somewhere for the others, because we have a lot of knowledge about soils. Why do we once again and again with project doing the same things? Why we don't use the already existing knowledge and build and modify it for another purposes?
Thank you very much. I will ask Sonia, what will you do differently?
I think it's not so much about doing differently. I think I totally agree. I think clearly from what we heard today, it's really important to join our efforts and to make sure that there is a as big as possible integration between what all of us are doing, and make sure that the knowledge, the information that is generated project after project will definitely live on after the end of the project, and make sure that together we can leverage everything that is being done, like we said before, to take the momentum and to bring this to all this information and knowledge to where it is needed and to whom it is needed.
Thank you very much. And our last panelist, Francesco, please.
Yeah, in one sentence. I will go to the PREPSOIL website to check all the nice tools that you have presented today, and also to other speakers' projects, to see what can be reused by whom and when. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I especially thank you all up here today. Thank you for your contributions, both speakers and panelists. And please, can we give them an extra big applause before closing? Thank you so much. Oh, the presents, but Lynn is doing the presents. session 4? Oh, do we? I don't know who that is. I didn't know I had another job. Oh, okay. Okay. Am I too early? This is wrong.
Okay, so last but not least, we move on to session 4. And I'd like to invite Flavien Poinceau from ACTA and a PREPSOIL partner, and José Luis Pita Romero from INIA-CICIC to give 2 presentations. And then afterwards, we'll have a brief Q&A. Niels will moderate.
Should I go? Yeah. Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks again for joining today. So I'm Flavien Poinceau from ACTA, which is the head of the network of technical agricultural institutes, basically research and development organization working on agricultural topics. And in relation with the topics I'm going to present today, I'm also facilitating a network, a multi-stakeholder network focusing on soil-related topics. And today I'm going to present you a work that is still ongoing, and so I will try to both give you enough information, but also to make you want to participate in a webinar that is coming in a couple of weeks. So I don't want to share everything either, so hope I find the right balance with that. And it's about the support of establishment of mission soil mirror groups in Europe. And first, I'd like to just come back. I'm sure it's well known and obvious for everyone, but sometimes it's good to state the obvious on why we are working on these multi-stakeholders interfaces. So we all know that sustainable soil management concerns various sectors from food production, housing, mining, environmental preservation, and so on. And the sustainable soil management is not only for each sector to adopt good practices, which is still key, but it's also about having a proper articulation, a proper interaction among the different sectors. And because in the end, sustainable soil management is about compromising between different priorities. And for that, the decision makers and stakeholders as a whole need to be able to make this compromise and to understand these compromises. And that means understanding the different needs from the stakeholders, but also acknowledging that there's multiple perception. The different stakeholders won't necessarily understand and perceive the soil threats the same way or the soil benefits the same way. This perception may not be aligned with the scientific and technical knowledge we have. So there's also a need to have a place where we can share the scientific and technical knowledge available to understand what is possible or not. And of course, it's important for the different stakeholders to be aware, to know what's happening within a country. So with that, this interaction, this dialogue among stakeholders is really important at the territorial level. We said that earlier today, but it's also true at the national level. And that's why we are working on multi-stakeholder interfaces, because dialogue and knowledge sharing is key in this matter. So, that being said, we have an example of multi-stakeholder interfaces that were established in Europe, and it was done in the EGP Soil program that was already mentioned today, European Joint Programs on Soil. So they wanted and they did work on the establishment of a national hub focusing on agricultural soils since the beginning in 2020. With this idea of having a group of stakeholders representing key national stakeholders related to agricultural soil topics, from farmers, scientific communities, policymakers, and so on. And the objective was to have a place where these stakeholders could provide input and feedback regarding the EGP soil program, voice their national needs and the national position, contribute to and also learn from the work done in EGP soil, and of course contribute to the dissemination of the EGP soil outputs. So I'm just to know that I'm saying that it's focusing on agricultural soil, which was the principle, but it did organically evolve into interface, usually working on several land uses. In the majority, it was agricultural and forest soil, but sometimes it's a bit more. Still, we have this interface for EGP soil, and in PREPSOIL, we had this ambition of building on this interface, on these national hubs, to foster the implementation of the mission. So basically, what these hubs were doing for the EGP soil, having the same thing, but this time to react on the soil mission program, and that meant extending the scope of the EGP soil national hubs to all land uses, and also promote the establishment of such hubs beyond the member states involved in EGP soil, while still keeping the flexibility that was wanted in EGP soil in the way they organized themselves. And so we produced recommendations and examples on how to establish this kind of forum with examples and good practices highlighted. So it's available online if you want to take a look. And this can be seen as a first step, because it's completely aligned, and can be seen as a first step with the recommendation from the mission board that advised to the establishment of soil health mirror groups. So they also shared some recommendation to guide these efforts, and the idea was to have these multi-stakeholder interfaces working on across all land uses, and of course contributing to, at the national level, to the implementation of the mission objectives, of course contributing to raising awareness and to contributing to ongoing soil research and having a way to foster the dissemination of research outputs. But there was also this key idea of in the long term, having a place where experts can share advice and provide input into the national, regional, and local policies. So maybe a policy role a bit more pronounced than what we had in the national hubs. And so, well, quickly maybe just to highlight some aspects of the recommendation from the mission board, so this board of experts that advise the mission secretariat regarding the implementation of the mission. The idea was that this group would be led by the national authorities, mainly the ministries, that would work and coordinate the group, and having a stakeholder group with different sectoral organizations, researchers, and basically representative of key stakeholders that would be invited to interact and to work on common topics with the policy groups. But one key recommendation is to build on what is already in place, and that's why it's completely in line with the work that was started in PREPSOIL. And so we quickly discussed with the mission secretariat and the mission board to align and to work together to join forces into building these long-lasting interaction spaces. So once we have this introduction on what are the national hub, the mirror groups, and how it works together, we wanted to better understand where we are standing now. Is there already a mirror group? And if so, how are they operating? What changes are they facing or not? And we work to do that with the mission secretariat to interact with the country representatives that are involved in the program committee dedicated to the mission. And we collected data with sending them an online survey, and then refining the response through bilateral meetings to better understand their situation, because in the end it's really context dependent, the way they are establishing mirror groups. And so we have 15 countries that participated to both actions. That doesn't mean there's only 15 groups existing, but that's the one that share information in both phases of the work. And among these 15 answered, 9 countries state that they have a mirror group or an organization that is not a mirror group per se, but is still carrying out the same kind of activities. And today we are going to focus just a bit on a few highlights regarding how these groups are operating and what does this group look like. And we will start with some highlights regarding the scope of these groups. So here you have the soil uses that are covered by the activity of these groups. So we see that all the groups are working on agricultural and forest topics. But there's still a need to include a bit more topics related to other land uses, which makes sense given the fact that we are starting from a more agricultural interfaces. But once again, it's a work that is ongoing, and the dynamic will continue further. And the people we discussed with were all willing and already working on the question on how having activities related to to other land uses. And then here I'm sharing with you the types of stakeholders involved in these groups. I'm just going to zoom in. So in the x-axis, you have the type of stakeholders. And on the y-axis, the number of mirror group with this type of stakeholders represented. And each color here is one individual group. So it gives you an idea of the diversity of stakeholders in the different mirror groups we worked with. So here you have the ministries and the public agencies that are involved. And well, we are in line with the results regarding the soil use I presented just before. And we see that, of course, we also have a good representation of researchers and scientific community. For the other stakeholders represented here, you have the regional policymakers, sectorial organizations, advisory services, education, and civil society as a whole. So we see here, but once again, it's not necessarily a surprise, but there's still, so some mirror groups manage to have a good representation of the different type of stakeholders. Maybe one thing to highlight, it's really the type of stakeholders, not the number of stakeholders per category. That's something important. But still, we see that there's still a need to work towards a better representation of this group. Again, the existing group are willing to improve that, to work towards a better representation of the different stakeholders. It does raise the question of the size of the group and also of which stakeholders really involved in this group, because it's groups that are going to talk about national topics. So should we focus on farmers? Should we focus on advisory services that are working with farmers? Maybe it would be a better way to explore the farmers' needs. So that's still some questions to work on. And here, just a little loop on the activities that are carried out. So basically, in the lower part of the graph, it's activities mainly related to to the exchange of information related to the soil mission activity, the project and project outputs, other European soil-related initiatives, and project results from the soil mission and other soil programs. So basically more research and innovation topics and sharing the new knowledge, the new techniques that are produced at the European level. And the more you go up in the graph, in this graphic, the more you have activities related to this policy role that is advised by the mission board. So maybe a more long-term actions. We see that some mirror group are already doing that, but there's still this need to go beyond research activities and to really reach this policy role and this advice to sectoral policymakers. I will go quickly through this one. Just maybe keep in mind that the different groups that exist are building on existing initiatives. They have a diversity inside an operating mode. They are all coordinated by ministries or appointed public agencies. But otherwise, it's quite variable the way they are working together and dependent on what was the starting point of these groups. And regarding the drivers and challenges, so its main challenges, main drivers are related to the specific national context. If we try to have a general overview, we found what was already observed for the EGPSOL National Hub, what was also highlighted in the PREPSOIL recommendation, that you need to have a real support from national authorities and a clear mandate, of course, also a clear understanding on how this group will operate. Having a dedicated facilitator, or at least a clear and identified group of people that are in charge of coordinating and managing the activities of the group is key as well. And as we said earlier this morning, it was true for the Living Lab, but it's true here as well. We need time to build confidence, and funding is also quite the driver to organize activities. But maybe also just highlight that one of the challenge that was mentioned was the fact that it was not always easy to engage stakeholders to participate in such groups, because it was not always clear for them what was the benefits for participating in the group, but sometimes also for the mission. So that means there's still some work to do on that, as we said earlier. And of course, the story of what happened already in the country regarding soil-related topics is important. Yep. So, as I said, that's something that is ongoing and that will continue after PREPSOIL for the moment. So we gather information regarding how existing groups are operating, who is involved in these groups, what are their challenges, and so on. All the people we discussed with were quite interested in knowing how the other countries were working on this topic, to maybe having an inspired good example and sharing good practices. And so for the moment, the idea is to share widely the different information we have, at least for PREPSOIL. And so we are organizing this webinar in a couple of weeks. We will open the registration soon. And at this webinar, we will have the participation of mission secretarial representatives as well as mission members that will be able to share in more detail what is the vision for the Miro group. More information on existing groups. For the moment, I highlighted some results, but we can share a bit more information on that. And feedback from 3 countries, Austria, Croatia, and Finland, that can explain a bit more about their own initiative and what they've done, why it's interesting for them, and so on. So yeah, if you want to know more about this, feel free to join. You're more than welcome to join us on the 16th of June. And as I said, we worked with the mission secretariat, we worked with the mission board member, and we directly interacted with member state representatives to build this overview and also to share information about the Miro groups. We will do also a report with all the different information, so all the knowledge will be available, and the people that are directly either in charge or at least working with the people in charge of establishing Miro Group will have this knowledge, but feel free also to use this material, to share this material to your own national authorities, for example, if you want to let them know that it exists and to show that you are interested in seeing this kind of interface being established in your country. And yeah, I believe that's good. I think I'm in the timing. So yeah, that's it for the moment. The following step is the webinar where you are all welcome to join, and we try to give a bit more information on that. I hope it was clear, and otherwise I'm open to questions or discussion whenever you want. And thanks.
Thank you very much, Flavien. We will have some questions afterwards, but first we will move to José Luis. So.
Good afternoon. I am José Luis Pita Romero. I work at the INIA CSIC, the Spanish National Institute for Agriculture and Food Research and Technology. And I'm going to talk about the capacity building for improve the monitoring knowledge space. This is a key aspect of this transition, and is the need for capacity, and there is a need for capacity building. First of all, I would like to highlight the main aspects of the policy framework, the current policy framework, and afterwards I am going to explain you more about the work that we have done during the last year. I know that it sounds familiar to some of you, but anyway, I'm going to try to explain you in detail. Okay, let's start. The European Union Soil Strategy, adopted by the European Commission in 2021, represents one of the key pillars of the European Green Deal. Its main goal is clear: to ensure that all soils in the European Union are healthy by 2020 and 50. To achieve this, the strategy proposes a range of actions focused on soil protection, restoration, and sustainable use of soil. And it also includes the establishment of 100 of living labs, as we mentioned before. The EU soil strategy does not operate in isolation. It's closely linked to other key initiatives of the European Green Deal, such as the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, the Zero Pollution Ambitions, and so on. In addition, it's aligned with broader policy frameworks, such as the Common Agricultural Policy, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Bioeconomy Strategy, and many others. The alignment ensures that the soil strategy works synergistically with other policies to deliver on shared environmental, economical, and social goals. I'm going to do this presentation a little bit more practice. I'm going to propose you to share with you some questions afterwards regarding the training needs assessment that you think are much better for in terms of the use of this new policy framework, but it will be afterwards. We are going to continue with this presentation because in July of 2023, the European Commission presented the proposal for a directive on soil monitoring and resilience, also known as the Soil Monitoring Law. Its main objective, as you know well, is to establish a common framework to assess soil health and ensure long-term soil protection across the European Union. The proposal introduces an harmonized set of definitions, indicators, assessment criteria, and reporting procedures. In April of 2024, the European Parliament adopted this position on the file, and followed by the Council General approach in June of 2024. Then, on April of 2025, last month, the Council and the Parliament reached a provisional political agreement on the final text of the directive. This agreement ensures that all member states will monitor the soils using a common European methodology for sampling and assessment based on physical, chemical, and biological descriptors. Importantly, the directive also allows member states to build on their existing national monitoring campaigns, promoting a flexible approach tailored to local conditions. The soil monitoring law does not impose any new obligation on farmers or land managers that we listened during this morning. Instead, it requires member states to provide technical and financial support as well as training and advice to help improve soil health and resilience. In terms of obligations, member states will need to compile a public list of potentially contaminated soils within 10 years of the directive entry into force, publish an indicative list of emerging substances such as PFAS and pesticides within 18 months of adoption. And this political agreement aims to balance environmental ambition with practical support on the ground, reducing bureaucratic burden for the local actors. Although the directive will formally enter into force after the PREPSOIL project concludes, the final content has already been agreed and it's already shaping the capacities that member states must start developing now. And now we are going to continue with this question: why is capacity building important in this context? The answer lies in the new responsibilities introduced by the soil monitoring law, because this directive requires its member states to have qualified technical and administrative staff who can design national soil monitoring networks, apply harmonized methodologies, and report results with rigor and comparability. At the same time, the directive does not impose direct obligation on farmers or foresters, as I mentioned before. Instead, it shifts that burden of implementation to public institutions. This means public bodies must provide independent advice, deliver target training, and offer continuous support to land managers. So why is capacity building so important in this context? It's quite simple. Because without it, we risk everyone speaking a different soil language, and a solid and comprehensive training program will allow us to harmonize the knowledge among the lab technicians, the soil experts, the environmental officers and agricultural advisors, and also ensure the key soil descriptors like organic matter, biodiversity, and emerging contaminants are measured consistently across Europe. And of course, training is crucial to interpret data correctly, compare results against reference values, detect trends, and most important, to turn data into decisions. Because let's be honest, with this shared foundation, we will end up with fragmented results and inconsistent diagnosis and a compromised vision of what soil health really looks like in Europe. And that's exactly what we want to avoid. Now let's take one step further, because we are going to talk about the soil districts. Because the soil monitoring law introduced something new, the soil districts defined in the Article 6. And what does it mean? It's a strategic opportunity to bring soil governance much closer to the ground, literally and politically. And it's important because it allows us to act the catalyst for participation and multi-level governance, the facilitation of vertical coordination between the European strategy and local administration, the implementation tailored to territorial realities while maintaining the technical coverage, because this vision will work and we have the right people, the structures and the skills to place to make it happen. And now we are going to talk about the recapitulation of our coordination for this task that I mentioned. We are going to start with this phase 0, We call this phase 0, which corresponds to the initial vision presented in the grant agreement. The grant agreement was written and approved in 2022, and although we started implementing this task in 2024, the grant agreement has already had already outlined the following key objectives that you can see in this slide. Identify training needs related to soil health monitoring and indicators, carry out surveys and technical discussions with national hubs and other institutions, develop a training curriculum and organize 4 pilot workshops at European level. This is the main objectives, the main objective of this task, and include content on indicators and harmonize protocols, definition of threshold values and data interpretation. In phase 1, we introduced key adjustments based on the evolving policy framework, policy context, because the soil monitoring law had been proposed in July of 2023, and even it had not yet been formally adopted. The final adoption was expected to take only after the conclusion of PREPSOIL. We made a strategic decision, and we decided to didn't follow the grant agreement literally, and we redesigned the training program to ensure it is immediate usefulness even before the legal framework was in place. To do it, we start identifying the training needs that will arise from the publication of the soil monitoring law. We decide to follow these 3 phases. The first of all is the review of the regulatory framework. In the second one, we prepare a training needs assessment report that we are going to, and I'm going to share with you the results. And the last of these phases is the stakeholder consultation. We made this report, and we defined a total of 8 points that we found reliable, and we found we highlight these 8 points. The first one is the legal and regulatory framework. The second one, technical knowledge of soil and its descriptors. You will be able to read this report in our webpage, in the PREPSOIL webpage, because we don't have a lot of time to continue. And then we continue this work, having some meetings with different stakeholders. For example, 22 European Soil Mission projects, some representatives from the European Commission, and also national institutions from Spain, in our institute, INEA, and also some ministries. And also we launched this consultation that I invite you to answer. If you scan this code, you will be able to answer this consultation, and it will be very useful for us if you collaborate and you do this, you make this consultation. It's related to training needs assessment for soil health management and the implementation of soil monitoring and resilience directive. And now I'm going to ask you to take your mobile phones and scan this QR code, because I have prepared some questions to you. So you can see in this slide the first one. In the first one, we are going to answer about the priority training areas. The second one is related to the greatest practical challenge during the next 2 years, and the last one is the priority target groups. We can share the slide. Okay, the first question, as you can see in your mobile phones, is which topic is the most urgent for capacity building in your organization to implement the soil monitoring law? You have 5 different options. are going to wait for maybe 20 seconds. And we continue. It seems that the most answered question is the first, indicators, definitions, thresholds, and interpretation. I agree, because indicators are the foundation of the monitoring system. Okay, let's continue to the next, because the second one is, what will be your biggest challenge in implementing the soil monitoring law in the next 2 years? Okay, it seems that limited funding is a constant concern. Do we have more answers? Okay, let's continue. And let's move forward. The last question is, who should receive training first to ensure soil monitoring law compliance? Field technicians and samples, lab analysts, and data experts, public planners, agroforestry advisors, or senior policymakers. Okay, I think we can skip the... Thank you very much for your answers. We are going to include this information in the final report. And then we are going to continue now with the next phases of the program, of the project. Okay, after all the consultations and exchanges that we moved in the previous phase, we defined the tentative contents to be included in the training program. We define, or we carry out a training program with 4 modules. The first module is the fundamentals and global context. The second one is the key indicators and their complexity. The third one is monitoring methods and advanced technologies. And the last one was interpreting results and decision making. And afterwards, we now come to phase 5, and where we design the final training program. This phase focuses on 3 key objectives: technical training, knowledge sharing, and also best practices. And this program is structured around 4 workshops divided in 2 main sessions. In session 1, this is the session 1. In session 1, titled Innovation Soil Monitoring, we included 4 different presentations: key indicators and their complexity, and the rest of the presentations that you can see in this chart. And then for the session 2, the session 2 will be related to digital tools for soil health monitoring, and we are count on the collaboration of INRAE, MRB for SOC project, and LILAS for soil. And these workshops will be our testing ground, and they are designed to pilot the quality and relevance of our training offer, and to gather feedback directly from the participants. And it's important to mention that the workshops will be held on the 13th and the 20th of June, and will help us to fine-tune the program and before the full implementation. And also together, this phase marks the transition from design to action and putting all the work of the past months. We are going to put more information in PREPSOIL webpage in the part of the events. You can scan this code, and during the next couple of days we are going to put all the information there, and also the registration form, and for sure are you all invited to attend these two meetings. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I would like to invite Niels to come to the podium and to moderate a brief Q&A session to the two presentations we just had, and then to wrap up.
Wow. Quite an amount of information and explanations and interactions today. So from my side, I'll try to do it rather briefly and focus on a few issues, but there is time for you to bring up your pet issue if you think I skipped too easily over some of the important points. Can I just start from my own morning presentation and say that one of the overarching ideas and principles in PREPSOIL has been stakeholder engagement in all different ways, corners, to get the soil mission on the ground. And I think you've heard a lot, we have heard a lot of approaches to that, both from PREPSOIL, but certainly from a lot of other invited speakers, and I'm so happy for that. And I think I'm rather satisfied, and I'll come back to thanking those of my colleagues, especially having the responsibility and the honor for that, because we really actually took a lot of time to find out how this could complement our own research or results. And then another point was that we had this idea that now our final event here should be with the Commission or at the Commission, at the Committee of Regions. And I think this idea was confirmed in that there is something there to actually carry on. So, and those are that's behind the few points I want to make now. So I heard confirmation for a strong regional and local approach needed, and a potential to create synergies between the Mission Soil Living Labs and the hopefully soil monitoring law and its soil districts, given it is endorsed. So we also heard, and I think that's one of the more important take-home messages for me, that even if we talk about stakeholder engagement and we praise ourselves for these activities, when it comes to really engaging hardcore the actual land users, the farmers and the others, we might not be quite there yet. It's really difficult. Personally, from having 30 years of experience with on-farm research, working with farmers and all that, I was not surprised by these experiences, but there is still a mouthful. And we heard it also from the Living Labs, many good activities, but we're not really there where we do co-creation on the ground, the land users. But then I heard some very good ideas that confirmed. So one of the things Heska presented and one of the things we learned from the soil needs assessments were that in very few instances could you think of a solution to a soil challenge, to accommodating soil needs, just by a new silver bullet in form of a technique a land user could do. we very often saw that this requires a systems approach. The dips here showed it. So many things relate to each other, the driving forces, the impacts, the states, and so on, but also within actually the land use and the challenges there. And you can read the reports, trust me, from north to south, a lot of these things, they were linked together. It's not that one soil mission objective can just, that's the problem, and we turn a screw here and then that's fixed because now the farmers do like this. It requires changes, and we heard also that talking to stakeholders in a living lab setting on a more value-based approach, I call it an agri-food systems approach. That's more the common buzzword. But nevertheless, taking away the pressure on individual or just on this stakeholder type we call land users or farmers, and showing, and they realize that this is not a burden on them in particular, it's a system, it's a value chain that needs to change and accommodate solutions for improving soil health management. I think that was interesting, and that links again on the one hand to the regional approach and engaging, for example, through Committee of Regions and the policymakers there in more coherent solutions. And then what did we also learn in PREPSOIL from related to this? I heard two aspects. One about Christina's presentations on what we did with advisors, land users, and so on, and her comment on why not start with the already enthusiastic, those who see the problem. And I think that relates to my original comment also, that when we work with communities of practice, it's also in recognition that there are groups of land users and advisors and others who have worked to improve soil health for really decades. They were there when I started in on-farm research in the 1990s. Oh, sorry, I'm an old man, but they were there, and we worked together already on those issues. And I think it's really important to try to engagement, and there, Tove's presentation on the community of practices, and I learned also something new today about these requirements for what is it. It's rather a strict kind of definition. It's not something, we have a community of practice and so on. And no wonder there was one point where PREPSOIL actually failed. We had an anticipation that we could provide a forum or fora, web fora for community, and that has, I can just honestly say, that has completely failed. We did not manage to attract any significant community of practices to suddenly move into using our, and no wonder with the way, but they are there and they're working. And I think it's no shame to realize that we cannot convince 99% of all, let's say, conventional land use or existing land use. So why not start with the ones and spread it from there? And I hope that the living labs will actually be able to do that. So I think these are my thoughts. And the final thing is also then, and that actually links to José Luis and to the last two presentations, yeah, there is really a stronger role for policymakers and civil servants in this, but at the regional and local levels, depending on the governance of different European countries, the decentralization and so on. But policy advice, and that's something some of us have also worked with for quite some years, how to bring science-based advice to civil servants, to policymakers. And this training and the mirror groups might be some first vehicles that we can point to, but we need to develop that also. And perhaps there is a call in the current mission soil program that actually talks about how to emphasize. And we had some, I don't know if Claire has left again, but we are in EDP soil, which was coordinated by Claire Genu from INRA. We had actually quite a focus on trying to develop research-based advice, then going beyond writing a policy brief, getting into dialogue, and that was appreciated. And I think, but we didn't manage to go to the regional and local levels, I think that's the next step. Okay, I've talked already too long. Those were my 2 cents from today, but I invite others to challenge that and or bring up things that I didn't mention here. I couldn't potentially mention everything. So please, the floor is open for a last round before we have the well-deserved reception with some drinks. But not until I've had a few challenging questions. Yeah. No? Are you so tired? And would you manage, thank you for, we have another visit from the DG Agri, from the Zone Vision Secretariat. Any comment from your side? We had a very good opening speech from Jelena, from your group.
Well, really nothing challenging. I think you were asking for something very challenging. Not really. I really wanted to join you because I think this project has been very important for the mission. I think it has touched upon many things, from monitoring to capacity building to mirror groups, knowledge hub. I think many of these building blocks will be very useful for the future of the developments of the mission. And well, I forgot to mention also that the very first report, that is still a reference, this assessment of soil needs. This is really a document we use a lot. You can believe us. So yeah, I think frankly, I wanted to join to thank you all for all the work done all these years. I'm also particularly happy, but well, don't take it as a preference, just because the interaction about the mirror groups in these last months, so the commitment of the project, the people that were involved in that work was very good, also to adapt to our needs. And I think we are now in a very good transition point, because as you said, indeed, there is another topic in the New World Programme about interaction between research and policy, and we hope this will also help us to reinforce this. Still only 9, frankly. I would like to have 27 at least. Okay. Mirror groups, and not only the number, also that they are really covering all land uses and are involving all relevant stakeholders and ministries. That's super important for us. So, well, again, thank you very much. Well, I'm happy also to listen from you also what are the challenges for the future and what are the things that, well, PREPSOIL couldn't, let's say, achieve, and will be done by the rest of the project that now are like 60, and I think at maximum will be like 80 or something like that, 80 or 90. So, well, I think it's still a lot. I know most of you will continue in other projects, so we will continue working together. And, well, that's it from my side.
Good. Thanks for this. Did any of you think of anything? No. So, yeah, Agnes.
Just a reflection. Yeah, we talk a lot about the need to multiple engagement of multiple actors at local and regional level, and of the coordination need at this level. But I think what would support the implementation of the mission, or to accelerate the implementation of the mission, is also coordination at the institutional level, at European level, among the different DGs involved, the different institutions representing the European Union, and also a support by the mission implementation platform on taking out all the knowledge that is being created by the different projects, which through the working group is taking place, but then I think there is room for further improvement on how to use this knowledge and not, as it was mentioned before, invent the wheel again. Yeah.
No, that's true legacy, and that's why we had the longer presentation of Soil. to demonstrate that we are thinking about the legacy of this project. But there is a lot of knowledge being built in PREPSOIL across so many. It was so broad from the onset, so it needs to go into many of these, for example, new projects. Okay. I think time has come then to my thanks. So, well, first of all, thanks to all of you who traveled here. I really appreciated that. I know the whole team did. And those who listened and maybe still be listening online, thank you again. But then, first and foremost, thanks to the presenters and the panelists. We really appreciate that you, the panelists who are not part of PREPSOIL, took up the challenge and the invitation and came here and shared how you see the issues. I think we learned a lot from that. And thanks to the Commission of the Regions, to the staff. I'm not sure they are here anymore, but they helped a lot. It's really been a nice experience from the beginning. And Frida Nielsen had to leave earlier, but I did give her my thanks previously. But she was kind of the formal host. We had also support from and one of them were here today, also on a more technical level and a more technical level, two things, okay. So those from PREPSOIL who took on and made presentations and were panel leads and so on, of course, thanks to all of you. I think, and it's always dangerous to mention someone specifically, but I think there are 3 persons here that I really want to give a special thanks for maybe, but who really led this, and that's Agnese Ogalon, who actually, from ACR Plus, who actually, I think, who actually paved the way for this meeting. And then Laura Nogas, who was all the time supported this in so many ways, and our project manager, Frida, was almost Line Fries Lindner, always contributing also. I'm sorry I didn't bring you coffee, but you can have a book and a bag and a pencil. But that's really been a pleasure to work with. And I know many others have contributed, and the VP leads, etc., but we have actually met almost twice a month, at least, on this, and it's been a pleasure. So, did I mention everything? I think so. Yeah? And then, then there are the communication people and so on, from Trust IT and the DCA, my colleagues there from Aarhus, thanks also. That's always necessary to have you. So, and if I've forgotten someone, you'll have an extra class out there. And so, thanks again for joining. I think we'll call it a day. I hope there really is something out there. Otherwise, I'll be sneaking out on the back door.
So just to mention, we have networking drinks, either outside here or again at the atrium.
And I'm just sharing again the link to this consultation. Please to scan this QR code and fill in.
Yeah, it will be important for us because we need this information to finalize our report. Thank you very much. It's a 5 minutes consultation.